server pings out.
Oh shit, hold on. everybody.
Hey!
How's it going?
Off to a fantastic
I
start.
false
First
started much
try.
earlier. It was super fun. Good morning, afternoon, and/or evening, ladies and gentlemen, and all those in between and beyond the gender binary of the internet. Welcome to Neon Lights Roleplay. And it is so very, very lovely to see all of you, all your beautiful faces. I can't see your faces, but I'm imagining beautiful faces all around me, and I'm so happy to see them all. Hi, darlings. How are we doing? If you don't know who I am by now, then welcome to the first time you've caught a stream. I'm young Foxxii. I do a lot of things around here. I will be your host and GM for this evening. I have with me 4, usually 5, but only 4 today, lovely and amazing players who I'm going to run through the sands of Zor'aa to experience all kinds of wonderful adventure, mystery, and apparently god weddings. There seems to be a lot of god weddings going on these days, I guess.
Apparently.
But you know what? I think I'm doing enough talking, so let's go ahead and let my players start off and tell me who they are, where we can find you on the internet, who you're playing today, and if your character could have one thing, and I mean one thing, before they died, what would it be? Take it away, Tate.
You see, this is why they put me first. It's because I'm definitely going to say something, and it'll be accurate, like right now. Hi, my name's Tate Washburn. You can find me at kinda_writing on Twitter. Mostly you can find me here. I DM other stuff. Not important. We'll talk about it at the end. And I am playing Wolf, the beast barbarian who has the strongest werewolf boyfriend energy I can possibly give him.
He's quite strong
If
in the way
he
of the
could have,
boyfriend.
yes, he's here to be helpful and friendly, and if you're nice to him, he probably loves you right now. Anyways, Wolf. If Wolf could have one thing, see, I don't know that he like wants a physical thing though. Like, there's not an item he would have. If there's one thing he could do, or like have in sort of a metaphorical sense, it'd be, yeah, he wants to be able to go back to his hometown and be like, yeah, I completed this quest, this massive thing that was put before me. It would make him feel really great to be able to, just like reconnect and be like, I'm sorry, I was kind of a jerk before. He really just kind of wants to get this done.
Of course. Makes total sense.
But it's not really a have.
Michelle?
That makes sense.
Okay,
I thought as long as I
I'm
could.
Michelle. I don't have social media, so we can skip right over that.
She's not real. Don't
Leave
perceive
her.
her.
You can
Could-
find her in another show that we do next weekend, and also sometimes running one-shots, though, here on Neon Lights.
True.
That's true. Okay, well, I'm playing Miss Tonquaddle. Please call them Mitts. And we're also using he, him, and/or they, them pronouns today. So, please respect that. He is our Quaddle Folk wizard, and if there's anything Mitz could do before he died, that's okay, you gotta stop asking the hard questions.
That's my job. That's what I'm here for. It's literally what you guys want me to do. As that's why you guys let me game master all the time. It's like literally, that's literally why. Like
That's what D&D is him asking us questions that we have to react to on the spot.
Literally literally not even a joke. That's the entire reason you asked me to do this is because I ask you hard questions. That's the reason. Yeah. Am I quiet? I can fix that because my mic is a bit far. So if I crank it a bit, I'll bet I'm coming through a bit clearer now.
DRAM and success. Okay. I guess there's one thing Mitz could do. Discover the secrets behind their spellbook's existence.
Reasonable.
Because, they're a completely sentient spellbook, and that was before Mitz even found them, so.
They're also kind of a dick, just like a little bit.
Just a little. Just a little.
Yeah.
Only to Wolf though, because
A little stuck up.
Just like a little bit of a prude.
Look, if you'd stop, nicknaming them with at least just shorten it down to nga instead of book.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Book is kind of fucked up, and it's kind of rude. But like if I walked up to you and we're like, "Hey, what's up, White? How you feeling? You cool?
Oh.
how you been,
no.
bro? You cool? Yeah, that doesn't feel good, does it? It feels pretty effed up, right,
No.
Tate?
For Wolf, that's kind of what he is named.
Okay,
Someone's like, hey, you look and act and shift into a wolf. Wolf. Yeah, okay.
Okay, fair
Yeah,
It's
enough.
like the norm for him.
Pretty fair. Yeah.
All right. Well, besides
True.
werewolf boyfriend nomenclature, take it away, Lucian.
All right. Hi, I'm Lucian. I play our pair of lizard people, and by lizard people I mean one lizard and one person.
One folk, one giant. They're two lizards,
Yes.
though.
They are two lizards.
They're both
and
lizards.
They both like to fuck shit up.
And sweet rolls.
Yes. I was gonna say we've done a lot of like metaphorical things that they would want to have, and so I just want to throw out there that a lot of Ploy's wants are not just like physical things, or they have to do with like him making a thing. And so Ploy just, if he has to take one thing, it would just be the biggest sweet roll ever made.
I feel like every question you've asked so far has had an answer that involves sweet rolls. I feel like
you gave
at
them
some
to him
point you've tried
on the
to
first
work
session.
No, it's my favorite gag. I love it. It's great. Like,
dude, you're not gonna get rid of this gag until Ploy is either dead or he's discovered a better sweet than sweet rolls.
I like the conviction. All right. Not joining us today, but always with us in spirit, is our dearest Sir Heckalot, playing our favorite bard Zenari, who is also now married to death, but we'll deal with that some other time.
Engaged?
As in like right now, actually, in a little bit, but we'll deal with that in a bit. But hi, what's up? Sir Heck's not here, but we're keeping her in our spirit. She'll be back with us, actually tomorrow, back with us tomorrow, but we'll talk about that later. Anyway, Dan, tell us who you are.
Speaking of spirits, hi, I'm Dan. I play Mako, or Mako, depending on your preference. I don't have one. I am a possessed floating suit of armor who was cursed to wander the mortal realm until I can break the curse on the armor because of some dickhead who I encountered in the past. And as far as what I would want before I die, I'm kind of already dead. So...
So what was it that you wanted before you died in the past?
Yeah, and?
To fight off the dickhead who trapped me in a suit of armor. Or trapped my soul in a suit of armor.
To not fucking die? What do you mean?
It's his heart on a stick. That's what you want, is that guy's head on a pike.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck.
That's what it takes
I just love that. What's the last thing you wanted before you died? To not fucking die. What do you mean? I'm dying.
Last thing, right before I died, the thing I wanted
was to survive. That's what I wanted really bad. Unfortunately,
things didn't turn out that way.
Unfortunately, here we fucking are.
Yeah.
Oh god.
Life goes on.
Yo, today's gonna be a session, guys.
Yeah.
All right. Let's fucking get serious, guys. Y'all ready? Y'all ready? Let's get into it.
Very serious.
Let's get into it.
Mm-hmm.
So, we begin with a brief refresher of last session. By the way, chat, if the music is too high or too low, please let me know, and I will happily adjust. Last session, our players took a brief detour on their way out to meet with to investigate this lost scout camp. Their dear friend Ploy took a brief detour to go hang out with Joshua Alkami, second in command of the Resistance, to go do some hunting, gather some supplies, and forage for the troops. You guys traveled back to you traveled sort of south for a while. I'll even if you give me a minute, I'll pull you over to the travel map. You traveled south for a little while and eventually found yourselves encountering having a strange encounter with a pack of raptors that seemed very, very hungry. Thankfully, through a combination of illusion, clever tactics, and AoE spells, you managed to knock them all off pretty sufficiently without too much trouble, only to encounter in the haze of battle, missing a small girl rummaging your supplies for whatever she wanted, apparently. Running off with some of your shit, you decided to chase after her for a bit, and ended up in this strange cave, encountering, along with the young girl, this massive, spectral, snake-like guardian with 6 arms in a strange, haunting essence, seeming to guard this young girl. After some tense moments, including strangely calling out the name of a god as Mitz came close, Zenari chose to make the bold action to cast the spell Speak with Dead, and in doing so, directly encountered Shayada, the goddess of death, who, among other things, mentioned that the pantheon of deities is missing one amongst them, whose presence has not been felt for a very long time until your group approaches. And secondly, rather importantly, mention that they're kind of in love with Zanari, which is a thing that happens. Thus, the party finds themselves stuck in this cave here, facing down what could have been a strange encounter with an ethereal being beyond their comprehension. Now, simply taking the time to contemplate what the hell just happened to them, and maybe see if it's time to figure out what else is going on with their lizardy friend. So, Zanari is just kind of stunned right now, kind of just head in her hands, trying to contemplate what in the hell is going on. And you get the sense that if any of you try to bother her, she might just not be responsive right now. Just there's a bit too much to happen. Kind of just met God, you know, a bit of existential thing going on. So outside of any of that, I am going to give it to my players as we will restart the scene, not in the cave, but instead just outside of it, back in the sands, as you are all traveling wherever you'd like to head. Let me change up the vibe a little bit, if you don't mind. Take it away, babes.
So yeah, it's the next morning then?
Effectively, yeah.
So we've had a long rest in the meantime.
Yep.
And we've taken Tiny Child with us.
You have taken Tiny Child and Zanari.
Well, that was
with
going to
her.
be my... That would have been my next question. Is definitely the kid is, like, spending time with her, trying to stay close to her, I assume?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Ami is definitely staying mostly close to Zanari. She sleeps in her tent, kind of keeps close to her. She doesn't ignore the rest of you. She does, like, notice your presence and, like, acknowledge you all with, like, small little nods or a tiny little wave. But doesn't seem like she outwardly is trying to speak to any of you unless you're, you know, engaging with her.
No, I think Wolf's, like, first thought on, oh, a new person is mostly, I was very scary and mean to her when we interacted at first, so he's probably going to keep a bit of distance based on, like, how she reacts to him being around. Wolf's biggest fear is making her feel scared when it's like, nope, she's now part of the group I must protect.
Yeah, she's definitely, I mean, I wouldn't say go as far as to say that she's afraid or terrified of you, Wolf, so much as, like, is definitely not sure what vibe to get from you, as the only thing that really encountered with you, the two of you, was just you trying to grab her.
No, that's fair.
And I mean, she kind of gets
just
the
both
idea.
of them giving each other side eye.
She kind of gets the idea of, like, I guess I took their stuff or whatever, but, like, you know, she's a kid. Yeah, they're just side-eyeing each other a lot, just...
Well, I just assume it's like, Wolf is probably the weirdest looking thing she's seen ever.
I mean, to be fair,
Not counting the floating suit of armor.
floating suit
Yeah,
of
but you mostly
armor.
look like a person until you open it up.
That's true. The two giant lizards.
Yeah.
The other lizard that also has feathers.
Oh, am I here at this point?
Oh no, I'm sorry. You're right, Nate. You're not here actually. I just lied. I lied. Ignore that entirely. Anyway.
Also, we have a NPC name request from Tim.
Oh, I see it. That is a name. We'll deal with that.
No.
Anyway, take it away, my loves. You guys.
Is that one name or three names?
I think it's one. I'm pretty sure
Yeah,
it's one name.
It's definitely one.
Anyways. So yeah, we're heading south, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, towards the scouts. Weren't we supposed to call play once we reached a point?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
actually just right about that moment that Mako, you definitely noticed that where did you, Mako, you last had the seashell that Lady Tebin gave to both you and Nakali to contact each other. Do you know where you put that, Mako?
I believe at the insistence of probably Wolf, it just got stuck somewhere inside my body.
Okay, well, some part of your body is briefly feeling warm. Like, assuming it's in,
boy.
like, your chest area, you're like,
Yeah, probably.
heartbeat? Oh my god! Wait, no, still dead. Okay, anyway.
Right. So I remove my helmet and then reach into my neck hole to pull out the magic pouch.
I'm sorry, that's so
Nearly Headless Nick vibes, just like...
Oh man, that's funny as hell. Oh jeez, I'm sorry.
That might spook this kid. That might.
That's funny as hell.
Alright, now you're the weirdest thing she's seen.
Yeah.
Now you're the weirdest. Okay,
I
you
told
win.
you.
Yeah, you notice
Until
Ami's
it's
definitely.
obvious.
Yeah, Ami is like staring directly at you as this is happening, just like. But as you reach in, you pull out you reach in and notice the thing that's glowing is definitely the seashell, and it's kind of like the moment you put your hands on it, you can kind of feel a tug, like something from somewhere else is almost like pulling on it, but you're also making an equal pull on it with the seashell you're holding.
Okay. I signal to Wolf and to sorry, names. And to Mitz. Yeah. I signal to Wolf and to Mitz, hey, think someone's trying to reach us.
Zanari
Great.
will,
How?
The magic conch. Praise be.
No, like, how do we answer?
Well, it's a conch. Hold it up
Mitz
to
at
our,
this
let's
point
try
is
holding
like,
it up to our
put-
ears.
Mitz
Would
was like
someone with
working.
ears like to try holding it up to their ears?
So Mitz was working with like the with her his feather crafting tools, in order to like kind of, it was like, okay, looks like Z is engaged, question mark, so needs to make engagement gift.
Ah.
I was like, it just sighs, puts down their tools, and like the start of what looks to be like a very elaborate looking necklace, like almost like a headdress actually, but puts them down, gets up, walks over to Mako and just, give me that, and like puts the conch over to his ear.
water splashes you.
See,
Well
it's not so
done.
obvious, is it?
But as you like hold it down in front of you, there is no water in the conch. It's empty. But as you hold it out in front of you, water does start to kind of build, and then start to swirl for a bit, and resolve into a very, very grainy sort of serpentine head. And the face or the voice that comes out to you, though it's like sounds like it's coming like the person's like underwater, or like they were like blowing bubbles while they were talking. It's at least clear enough you can kind of get through. Just, I will never understand how the lady's magic works. Hello, you all. It's good to see you. And it's Nakali.
Hello.
Hi.
I trust you've been busy?
You might say
Oh, just
that.
traveling.
We might have something to talk about when we get back.
And what would that be?
I don't think it's that important.
I think Zanari would best be equipped to explain, but she's unavailable at the moment.
As
We
you
found another guardian. Everything's fine.
As you say this, Zanari does come up to the group, and while she doesn't say anything, she does kind of just hold up her hand, in showing the onyx black ring around her ring finger. Nakali's face for a while, like, gets super blurry, like, just like you can't see it, and then like there's like a bit of a scramble, and then another face begins to resolve, almost like someone pushed Nakali away from the shell, and the face resolves, and it's Lady Temin. Just, where did you find that?
Did she get too close to the screen?
Yeah, she's like, where did you find that?
It's like, it found us.
As I said, it may be easier to explain in person. In any case, we're en route to the location of the missing scouts.
Temin, completely ignoring the back half of what you just said, looks over to Nakali and just says, "Send a wyvern to them now. Get her here." Nakali then, again, does another grainy wipe as she takes the conch back, and just takes back and just says, "That's actually fine. I needed to check in with you all anyway. We can have a wyvern out there in less than a day's travel. You guys haven't gotten that far, so just sit tight for another, just for the, maybe the morning. Make yourself some food if you'd like to, or something like that. However, before you head off to the scouts, there is something I need you two to check on very quick.
Sure. What do you need?
Sure, what up?
Joshua and your friend are in Boone.
What?
Boone.
It's a trade town not too far off the road from where you are. Head east in a straight line,
What's
you'll
that on
probably
map?
run right into it. Yeah. Head east in a straight line, you'll run right into it. If you're looking for them, my first advice would be taverns.
What have they done? Fuck now.
Nothing yet. It's what we've caught them almost doing. Please, just get to them
What?
swiftly? Joshua mentioned he had some intel for me that was important, and then he said he was going to get drinks with Ploy for a bit because, quote, and I quote, I think I like him now, and I haven't heard from him in 3 days.
Oh
They
dear.
went on a 3-day tavern binge without me.
I believe
How
that
many
to be the
sweet
case,
roll
yes.
shops are there in Boone?
Yeah, to be fair, you could have just been stuffing his face.
Probably
face-
0 now. There's probably not any left.
There's none left. they've all sold out.
They just
They're all
fucking-
nobility now.
They fucking packed up and moved. They were just like, all right, we're in the big leagues now. We're fucking gone. God damn it, guys. I'm trying to be a character. Fuck.
So, how much
Sorry.
gold do you want to bet that Ploy saved any sweets for us?
I don't make losing bets.
So yeah, so
Sorry, we're gonna keep doing bets.
Nikolai just says, if you wouldn't
We'll go get
mind, go get them, please. And just, Zenari, if you don't mind, we have some people, we have agents nearby who can escort you to a proper place to camp out for a while we send some wyverns if you don't feel like waiting with your if you don't feel like having your friends wait. She kind of nods, indicating like maybe she wants a bit of time to herself. And Temin snaps back again, just one more wipe as Temin comes back in, almost halfway, just, and bring the girl! Which you'll notice, none of you brought up Ami.
Wait. At that point, Mitz is like, wait. How?
What girl?
Wolf starts testing his hand to see when they stop looking at it, to see like what point that they can see downward. Because he just assumes that she saw her anyways.
Just like
Just like testing the
trying to see how far the camera goes down.
Yeah.
Oh god damn it, Kate! I'm trying so hard. Why are you making this so hard
I'm
for
sorry.
me, Tate?
I'm sorry.
God
I'm sorry.
damn
I'm
it!
just being too funny right now.
Wolf starts miming. He's like,
No,
No,
stop
it's
that. We're
Roy.
done. That was just
It's
a bit.
Roy. Oh, hey, I'm sorry, you're not there, right? Anyway. Okay. I got this back. Whew. So yeah, Temin just says, when you say what girl, she just says, the smaller one, and not the one that looks like a. Excuse me, you're he today. Yes. So bring the little girl.
How do you know about her?
That, sadly, is between me and the new mother.
Mother, oh boy.
Mitz at this point is like, wait, it, like turns over to Z and is
Oh.
just like, wait. So you're telling me that I'm not only making an engagement headdress, I have to also make a congratulation. Why did you tell me?
Gotta make a maternity gift too.
I was like, no,
Zenari,
both go.
Zenari just kind of I starts kind of babbling out. It's like ranting a lot. Just there was
Didn't know.
void and then God and talk and then face.
So you're saying there's somebody I need to smack, and or throw a
Please
fireball.
do not smack the death of God, the God of Death, please.
God. Oh.
Death of God. God
And
of
Mitz
Death.
at this point is just like, but non-consensual marriage.
It's fine.
Temin just turns to you and says, "You'll find the actions of deities to often be inconsiderate of mortal comprehensions."
Well then, I guess I'll just need to learn how to irritate them more.
In either case,
Wolf, the one who's the God Slayer, is like, it's fine. Come on.
Nikolai just pops back up and says, "In either case, just make tracks if you could."
Yes.
Mitz is still miffed
We'll go
that,
retrieve
that,
them.
that he wasn't invited to the wedding.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And with that, she will just kind of just be like, if you need anything else, I'm sure if you just hold this thing in front of you, you can contact me. I don't exactly know how it works. Oftentimes you can just hear, "Yes, that's right!" And then she just says,
That's
"All
right. You don't know how it works.
All right, then take care." And then she'll kind of like, you guys see her going, "How do I turn this thing off?" Good. And she kind of just like chucks it somewhere. And yeah, that's it. It's the water
Roll
will
the
kind of fall
magic
back into the.
comp.
So yeah, it's now just up to you guys. And Zenari able to kind of just you'll see just like she'll just say like, "All right, guys, I'm gonna go link up with the rest of those scouts nearby, with the rest of those nearby scouts and head back to the base. I think there's something important going on here. If I need you all, I'll be in touch. Just be careful without me around."
We'll try not to die.
It seems we
just-
need to have a go have a word with Ploy.
We have at least 2 responsible people here. Wolf says, gesturing to the other 2 people.
It's like, wait, like Mitz like is like pointing to himself and like is like raising an eyebrows, like, me? Question mark?
Who
You
lied
can like
to
kind of like
you?
see intangible question marks like just floating in the air.
I love that.
All right. So before Z leaves, Mitz is gonna take actually like their 3 augury plushies that they use for figuring out like to call like commune with their divine ancestor. Just be like, okay, and just like shove them into Z's hands and be like, take these. They're good luck charms. Use them when you need to.
She kind of, yes, okay, and just kind of shuffles her way off, slightly confused, but still thankful for the gift.
Okay.
And yeah, and now
Well,
it's just
I guess the 3 of us will.
So, what I need real quick is a D20 from Mitz, a D8 from Tate, and I need 2 D.
Hey, that rhymes.
I know, right? I need 2 D6s from you, Dan.
Crit! At a 20.
Oh man, that's not necessarily a good thing.
Oh, that's fair.
Oh dear.
Not for weather.
Judging
anyways.
by the look on his face, I think it's not.
That
Can
is
you
a fair
meme this
point.
real quick?
We'll get it in the VOD. It's fine.
Yeah.
Oh no.
All right, so, you
I have
start
no
heading
thoughts
out.
about my dice roll.
So you start heading out, and you kind of get lucky in that you are kind of like in an area that's like crested with some very, very high dunes. So you have some pretty good shade as you're kind of traveling around for a while. About halfway through your journey, though, you kind of end up traveling out towards the wider plains, and those hills and dunes start kind of cresting away behind you and opening up to just wider plains. And the first thing you notice as you look out is just the way the sun hits the sand glitters, almost like tiny crystals, just beads of small diamonds scattered for miles in any direction.
It sounds very ominous when you describe it.
There is just this absolute pile of like shine and sheen.
That's beautiful.
And you kind of travel for a bit in watching and enjoying this. Otherwise, it just kind of seems kind of normal. Just the sun's hitting it at a certain angle. But after about 3 or so hours after you leaving the high dunes, you notice it irrevocably. It's fucking hot.
Oh no.
And I mean like very hot. So
Seven Sons catchphrase.
So there's a couple of things that can happen from here. All right, you can either continue traveling at normal pace, and each have to roll me a con save to not gain levels of exhaustion as you travel, or you can try to slow your pace to travel at a way that wouldn't exhaust you and travel much slower.
I mean, do we
Well,
need to get there
there's-
post haste?
Proficient in con saves.
I mean, Wolf is, but we all have to roll a con save because we'd all be
Yeah.
traveling.
That's true. That's true.
I was just wondering, is there... I mean, Wolf just dying of heat. Like, is there any magic shenanigans you guys can do?
Can
I
you
mean,
make
Mitz
it
is
not
just gonna-
hot?
Mitz at this point just like pulls out his decanter and just like just once again goes but like because Mitz is also starting to feel the heat, like and Mitz is used to like jungle heat, so like this is a lot hotter than Mitz is used to, just like, and is like, okay. And instead of saying something like stream or fountain, he says geyser.
Oh no.
Geyser.
And like,
Water the
so,
whole Sahara.
So and like the decanter's like pointing straight up, so like a 30-foot long and like 1 foot wide, like 30-gallon stream of water just shoots straight up over them.
Are you trying? So you're just making rain at this point? Is that the game plan here?
Cool us off.
Okay, fair enough.
Cool us off some.
Okay. So doing that, I will let you all travel for at least for today, at normal speed, with advantage on the con saves if you take them. If you want to do that.
It'd be worth it.
It's like,
do you
and
guys
like
think?
at this point, it's just like a little refreshed. Do we need to be there post haste though?
Oh, don't forget, Ploy
I mean,
has
do we want
most
to
of the
leave-
party's funds.
Yeah, like Ploy has a lot of the money. He's the shared money at least, and also, I mean, I was under the impression we should get there quickly. They need us to.
Yeah. Well, it sounds like they have information that they need.
It's
and are
important
now
too,
accounted
yeah.
for.
It's like
Not just
feathers
how
wet.
funny they might drink the town dry, but also they do have stuff we need to know.
They might actually be in danger.
It's gonna drink like a fish, huh? Okay. So guess we'll go.
Ooh, that's good.
Don't ask me for Mitz's con save because Mitz is gonna fail epically probably.
Hey. Oh, wait,
Somebody
that's-
carry me! Oh no, I got
Oh,
a
hey.
19! Woohoo! Okay,
Alright.
that's
Yeah.
Let's make tracks.
Yeah, you guys are all right, honestly. Yeah. So you travel for a decent amount, pretty solitary, not too much issues. As you're cresting about, you notice a few things as you're traveling. The first thing you see is this very, very large Yabak corpse, just kind of like slumped over the side of a small pool of water, like a very, very small pool of water. You get the sense that maybe it was traveling for a very long time and couldn't make it to a big enough body of water to sustain itself. You notice when you guys had a Yabak that they have those kind of sacks of water on the side of the neck. Those things are just like raisined and deflated on this corpse. And there are also a couple of small raptors just digging at the middle of at the middle of it, just hacking away. But thankfully they are and these are pretty big raptors, like they're person-sized raptors, but they're thankfully a bit too busy just snacking away to be worried about you guys. They pass by pass by them with no problem.
Not eager to repeat that experience.
As a side note, could I have like tried to prepare 2 or 3 of those raptors and like just for supplies to recover the meat I lost?
Yeah, I'm okay with that. That's fine.
Nom, 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 nom.
So you travel for about a bit, and you end up just about here-ish at the end of your day. You are not too far outside of Boone. You can almost just about see the very faint figures of like the town out there, but it's starting to get late. The sun's kind of cresting low on the horizon now. You get the feeling that you could probably either rest here for the night and head there into town normally, or like keep going if you really wanted to and probably make it into town at like the dead of night.
Will they let
You
us?
guys
We may
like
have a hard time gaining entry if we arrive in the dead of night.
It's not. You
doubt
don't see
they'll-
any gates. There's no. It's just like buildings.
Yeah, but what?
Yeah, this is a town, not a
What?
city.
The question is, will
Well,
they in?
yeah, I don't know, but we could maybe still find them. I mean, I know what Ploy and Net smell like.
That's true.
Wheat rolls.
We can try and find them that way.
Now, do you want to leave it
so-
here tomorrow? Though is the question.
If
Yeah, I
we
don't
feel
know.
they may be in danger, it may be
Yeah,
Rude.
like
to arrive as
they
soon
may be
as
in danger, but if they're not, then we're just assholes showing up in the middle of the night.
Mm.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It may not be a great look to the villagers. We
Also, exhaustion is kind of not a great.
Yeah, we'll take maybe a night then.
So you
Alright.
set up camp for the evening. I would like to know, and I'm just asking because I'm asking. I promise.
Mhm.
How's your camp look for the evening? Who's sleeping with? Is anybody sharing a tent? Who's taking first watch? What's the setup plan for the evening? Just so I know.
Mitz will, as usual, put an alarm down. It's the I guess it's the normal thing Mitz does.
Okay.
Just be like, hey, there
It
is
is- If it's hot out, Wolf would not be sleeping in a tent or like even under something. He'd just be like rolled up on a blanket.
Reasonable.
Although I'd want to set a watch if we could, though.
Well, Mako doesn't really lose consciousness, so he'd be a
I guess
pretty
that's
good
true.
candidate for a watch.
So yeah.
Yeah.
So you set up your camp for the evening, and as you go to rest, Mako, it's the middle of the night, probably easily 2 or 3 in the early morning by your jurisdiction, when suddenly you notice nothing. The night goes perfectly smooth. You all just sleep and get some rest.
Yeah.
You wake up in you wake
You
up.
got you got to do that a few times so that we don't get paranoid every time you ask.
Exactly. I gotta trip you guys up. All right. Gotta keep you guessing. Gotta keep you on your toes. The night passes uneventfully. You wake up into a bright early Zoran sun. You feel like maybe you might have possibly just slept in like the tiniest bit because the sun seems a little bit higher than it normally is when you all wake up, but it's not too scorching or baking. In fact, you feel pretty glad you've waited because the sun is not like at its highest point in the sky and just blaring down beams of burning laser energy on you because that isn't fun. But you awake I assume you guys can either stop for a ration or quick meal or something here at your camp, or you can try to make it in. You get the feeling that it's probably about like roughly anywhere between a quarter to a half a day's travel to get into the town proper. So you could probably stand for a meal right now if you wanted to, but if you guys aren't feeling hungry, you could probably stand out to wait. It's up to you.
Food must have energy.
Food.
Is food.
We could eat as we walk. I don't know.
Yeah.
If
Do
we have
you got
raptor
any of
meat.
that leftover raptor meat? Did you make jerky? It's just.
Can I
just-
have tried to make jerky? Should I roll for that? Survival?
Yeah,
make
sure.
jerky?
Give me a survival roll for some jerky. I'm down with that. I'll take it. That's a good enough number.
17
so-
apparently was what I was gonna do.
Nice.
Yeah,
I'm
so
just
jerky,
gonna gnaw on
I
this
ca-
jerky
hiking food, yeah.
on the way and just be like, and just you can just hear Mitz just chewing very noisily on this jerky.
Neon lights mukbang stream.
Listen, one of these days. All right.
Yeah.
One day.
He's
Anyway.
like, I don't know what you did, Wolf, but this is very nicely salted.
Yeah,
I
I'd
salted
expect
it.
this be gamey, but it's actually yeah, I salted it.
What
haha.
I did,
Ooh,
what I
be
did was
gamey,
salt
but
it.
it's actually not.
I'm so sorry.
He
guys.
tenderized it first, just punching it really hard. It's fine.
So, does that mean everyone wakes up to Wolf beating his meat?
You blame me. You blame me for the jokes.
We're on something else today, Fox.
Oh man, it's got it strung up in like a boxing bag.
Oh god!
Rocky won in that shit.
These are very small raptors. This is like the size of a chicken breast. Like
It's a speed
Oh,
bag.
fuck. Okay.
stop it. DM can't function.
Okay.
Oh yeah, headphones. Alright, we're good.
I'm
You
back.
blame me for jokes.
I'm
you blame
sorry.
me for the jokes.
I'm so sorry.
It's very good.
Oh man.
Tim, why would you do this?
Oh shit. Okay. So yeah, so you and so you all get to you all wake up, you have a solid breakfast of wolf's meat.
Don't do that. Don't.
Foxy, just imagine this is me
Oh.
making these jokes instead of you,
Oh,
and imagine how
no.
you'd react.
Okay, you're right. That's the last one. That's it. That's the last one, I promise. I'm gonna behave. Okay.
We have exhausted the meat of the humor.
Oh
Of
god
this
damn it, dude. I'm mad because that was good. Like,
Yeah.
all right. So you
That
travel
one,
for
yeah.
a bit. It's about a day or two's of travel. Or not, I lied. It's about a couple hours. Right? A couple hours of travel. And right as you crest about like this sort of mid-noon hours, about 1-ish or 2-ish in the afternoon, you find yourself arriving at the outer gates of, or at the outer sort of outer buildings of Boone, and you see yourselves slowly entering into the building. Boone is a small trade town. Unlike Wadal, where you were in, this far less opulent. No building goes above 1 or 2 stories tops. Most of them are just kind of ramshackle shacks made of sort of either sandstone or caked in dirt or mud, kind of packed together. There are some caravan tents that are out in sort of a large square, gathering different things. But you'll find that despite being not necessarily the most like well put together town, there are a great number of buildings here. There are. Here, let me go ahead and put y'all on a little bit of map here so I can get a sense of it. There's a lot of buildings here. You get the sense that, and you can kind of see, the one thing I'll notice is that almost every building you pass is either a dwelling or a shop. There's sort of no in between. There's just everyone. In fact, some houses even seem like there are people who just like on their front porches, for lack of a better term, are just selling shit. Like they're just selling stuff off. large groups of tents, or like even there are some people where they have like large caravans, like the ones you traveled in way back in session 1, just tipped over on their sides and made into makeshift carts or makeshift stalls with people selling all kinds of items, fruits and meats and fish from from different places. There's a lot of loud shouting and different prices and things being called out. So despite being this sort of small ramshackle town, this place is very, very busy. And you guys are about you come in through you kind of make your way through here-ish, but eventually you do kind of recognize like, oh, maybe we're in the slightly wrong spot here, and you do kind of make your way back onto the main road here and pass your way in. And so you're about here-ish right now. All around you are just some of the shops. You get the sense that like these are maybe like, for whatever authority manages who gets to put their shop where, these are either the people who got lucky enough or paid enough to get their shops outside of the main road entrance. Because there's a couple big shops here. One is definitely looks like kind of like a blacksmith or like a weapons trader. Another looks kind of like does reagents or some kind of like sort of alchemical things like that. There's a couple other small stands. But the one thing you notice almost immediately, given that even amongst this very loud town, is down the road, this large building down here is just raucous with noise. There's music and there's some shouting. You're pretty sure you see something get thrown out of a window.
Am I kind of in?
I think I know where we should look first.
Like, well, guess we know where we're going first.
Well, maybe. DM, I would like to try and sniff out where Net or Ploy are.
Okay. Let's see. Could you
Just like, what do I
me
smell?
what's the range on your scent tracking again? Just so I can remember.
Technically it's within 30 feet,
Okay.
but Wolf is just gonna like back and forth on the store around the road to see if they can get a
of course.
lingering.
So
If you can get a lingering thing.
so there are trace bits of, for lack of a better term, Ploy and Net's smell all over this place. They've definitely been in this town for at least a couple days. Like, as you can smell some of them, you smell a bit of them definitely traveling the roads. You can sort of smell bits and pieces of them all around the town. As you kind of start moving down the road some, and you guys get a little bit closer to this sort of large building over here, you definitely start smelling some more Ploy and a bit more Net. And it's like, not just like coming from in it, it's like all over. Like, there's just a lingering Ploy stink all about this building. He's been here a bit.
Yeah, okay. Yep, you guys are right. Sorry, shouldn't have doubted you.
This is Ploy we're talking about.
We're all familiar with Ploy in our own.
So,
But anything else I smell just of interest?
oh,
real quick?
so
Sorry.
you definitely recognize Joshua as you've smelled him at least
Yeah.
a little bit. There's definitely also some him. It's not as present all around the building, but there's definitely some him about this town. And you're wondering why it's so hard to like smell out where in the world like they are, and you recognize it's because the smell is drenched in alcohol. There is just
Nah.
just a raw stink like I mean, it doesn't exist in this world, but like hand sanitizer just drenched all over both of them. Like, just, it's so hard to pick up their base sense because it just sounds like it's been just fudged over by all of this. And yeah, it's all just coming from here. There's also the lingering scent of sweet.
Of course. That's just kind of part of Ploy's smell at this point, though. Like, there's just something sweet in it. Just, okay. But yeah, I assume they're inside. It's kind of hard to tell. They smell extremely drunk. I know that's a weird thing to say, but they do.
What, like enough
Just a
for me to
lot,
actually
so.
light them on fire?
I don't know. You can light alcohol on fire? Wolf doesn't know that's a thing. He's like, wow, I haven't seen someone do that before.
Today I learned.
What a waste.
Useful if
Any
you're
alcohol, huh?
Yeah,
useful if
it's
you're
pretty flammable.
I guess. Generally, I just throw throw the cup at somebody.
It's
Well,
why
now you know to
our
light it on
usual
fire.
bar fight.
Mhm.
Remember when
Yeah,
I
we
let
used
that?
ice. That was cool. The one time we used
Yeah.
ice. Anyways,
All right.
Anyway,
So yeah,
Shall we?
so you open
Okay.
into the sort of saloon-style doors to this very large tavern that goes out. Maybe it's easily probably one of the taller buildings in the town, about 2 or 3 stories up. But you crack open the doors to this first story here, and it's this very, very, very wide sort of circular area. About the edges are are a bunch of like sort of benches and sort of bar tables and stool and places where people are kind of like hammering back drinks or shoveling in food. And there's a lot of there's a kind of there's a lot of different sort of commotion and noise going around. In the sort of outside, sort of in the middle, there's dips this very wide pit, which is sort of carpeted. The bottom of which there are different circular spots where individuals are. There's these sort of like large sort of pipe-like structures in between the circles of these groups, and people are holding these sort of tubes and just kind of taking in large puffs of this sort of pungent herb and blowing it back out into the air. There's also this kind of like weird sort of colorful glitter in the smoke as it comes out. So they're kind of just hanging out with that. In the middle of this large bar is this sort of circular stage almost, where there's sort of a couple of individuals, all definitely Sithani, but they are covered in veiled garb that makes it almost too indescribable to tell between their just their sort of slender and very, very statuesque and carved out bodies and the way they're moving them so like nimbly and like contortionist in a contortionist manner, and the veiled garments. It's really impossible to discern anything like gender or facial features from any of these individuals, but they kind of put on this very, very intricate and elaborate dance to this sort of low paced and low toned low toned music that you can kind of hear in the background. And you look around for a bit, searching for for obviously the 2 people you've come in looking for. Directly to the back, all the way sort of in the back of this building, is a large cutout bar. There are different bottles of all kinds of different sizes around it. Behind them is a sort of a large, tall man. He has on sort of fine vestments, a long robe with some flowing gold ornaments around about the shoulders. 2 large horns curve about him. About a face that looks, you'd arguably say goat-like, maybe sheep-like to an even degree. And he appears to be just excitedly, like, just laughing and chatting with everybody at the bar. But in particular, he seems to keep coming back to these 2 individuals in the middle of the bar, one of whom is definitely Sithani and dressed in fine nobleman's garb, and has his sword out, and is currently dancing through what you would imagine to be some kind of routine show of martial poise or display or a kata of some kind. But it looks very, very, very far from clean. And there's every couple seconds, someone almost loses a finger or their head, but that just makes everyone else in the bar just laugh their fucking heads off. Like, yeah, all right!
The way of the drunken sword, obviously.
The other individual is facing away from this this sword dancing madman of Joshua. They are about another table
Of what?
with Joshua as the person dancing around.
Oh, okay.
Obviously,
Yeah.
you can tell pretty easily. The other individual, sitting next to his giant lizard companion, is sitting at the bar next to 3 other individuals. All of them are Sithani and huge, like really, really well built and muscular. But you can't really tell what they're doing because all of them are hunched over and just like bringing their arms up to their faces very, very rapidly. And you can see every time the bartender comes back over to them, he points out one of them and does some shit like oh, this one, and then everyone seems to cheer again. It's probably an eating contest, and one of the people competing is definitely Ploy.
Okay.
I can respect that.
Elagmus is like, dude, I guess we need
So-
to cut in on their fun.
Yep. So Mako attempts to get through this crowd of people right behind Ploy while he's doing his eating contest.
I am gonna need a deck save.
A deck save or a stealth roll?
Deck save. And then stealth roll.
Deck save is something else, apparently.
What's that deck save you got there?
Hmm.
Oh no, you're lucky. 12 is okay. 12 is just barely enough. So yeah, as you're kind of like trying to make your way, you move past sort of the first group of people, and you see kind of Ploy like pick his head up a little bit. So you kind of like step right to like, kind of like, oh, I'm gonna see if I can get out of his vision. And as you step right, a blade just as Josh just kind of keeps dancing or just keeps dancing around you.
Fucking Joshua.
But he just doesn't seem to notice you at all. Just keeps doing his thing. People just
Now I
cheering and
understand the
laughing.
deck save.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And now you can go ahead and make your stealth roll to see if Ploy notices you. And why don't you go ahead and tell me your passive perception, Lucian?
Hold on.
Take your time.
So my passive perception is what is it? Oh man.
Your perception plus 10.
Right, perception plus 10. 15.
Oh, yeah, it's okay. Make that deck save, boss.
Deck save
mean
or
that-
Oh,
stealth
sorry,
check?
the fuck, that one. The second thing you just said. Oof.
God damn it.
So yeah, you're going to so you're on your way to sort of like sneak up on Ploy, get right behind him. As you're doing so, one of these like one of the bigger Sethani just kind of just like you see him kind of go, "Oh god, I can't." Oh, and he pitches backwards and just collapses on top of you. You both fall to the floor. Ploy turns around and notices you. Take it away, friends.
Okay, wait. Before I go any
Why?
further,
So
wait.
how's your hunting going?
How drunk am I at this
Oh,
point?
you're sloshed. You are.
All right.
You don't even know what time it is. Like it's
Is he drunk enough that his passive perception is now less than 8?
no, it's not that bad. But she
Oh man. All right. Well, hey guys, how's it going? And he's just stuffing his face with food.
Mitz is like pinching his nostrils, going like, ugh, like, how much alcohol have you had?
The alcohol? What's that?
It's like,
We'll explain it to you later. You'd
this
love
is-
it though. It seems right up your alley.
Okay,
Mitz got-
you're gonna have to give me some more time. I'm a little busy here.
All right.
I think you've had enough
Wonderful
time.
line.
Give
If
me.
Wolf can do something in particular, he wants to prevent Joshua from hurting anyone else.
All right.
If he can, like, purposely try and catch his arm, but his goal is actually just stop the sword, because Wolf is pretty sure this is not going to hurt him that much, because he's that overconfident. But he's gonna try and catch this man's hand and take the sword out of the way.
Yeah. What do you think you should roll for that?
I want to do athletics, maybe, to grapple him,
Yeah, I can accept that.
which is the understanding that if it's poor, then I'm probably gonna get stabbed.
I can accept that. That's fine.
Just a little bit.
rolled a 20 though.
I mean,
Yeah. So again, he's just kind of dancing around doing his thing. He actually kind of comes up in this really intricate like double spin. It's on the second spin. You kind of just like, please stop.
Yeah.
And he just kind of, he looks over. It's like, Wolf!
Gotcha!
What are you all doing here? We were supposed to meet you all there, that way.
Perhaps
Yeah,
we
that
should
way. He's playing
do
the wrong
some
way.
private.
It's like, this is excellent dancing, my friend, but without the sharp bit, and he like would take the sword and like put it back in the sheath, would be safer. We
I
also
will
do need
have
to talk
you
a
know
little.
that the Zales of Martha is an incredibly important martial practice of my family. I learned it from my dad.
And it's very impressive.
Thank
Very
you.
impressive.
Now, why are you all here? You're not drunk enough if you're coming to hang out with us.
He's like, huh.
We were sent.
Looks to everyone else. Right. Sent here
Sent?
by your boss.
His face just... Oh, no.
Yeah.
I think we should continue this discussion in private, don't you?
Oh, boy. All right, boy, we gotta get out of here. And he just kind of walks over to you, puts a hand on your shoulder, like, your
But I'm-
friends are. your
I'm
friends are
winning.
here."
And,
And he
Is
like
Ploy actually
side eyes
winning, though?
his opponents like, I got these
Wolf
guys
has
beat.
a solution for this.
Give me 5 minutes.
What are the rules for this eating contest? Because Wolf might just disqualify the other three immediately. So
I mean,
that-
Wolf, you sure as hell
They
don't
could
know
be
the
over.
rules. But the rules seem to be keep eating sweet rolls so the other people stop eating sweet rolls.
Who likes
Wolf will
sweet
just take
rolls
the other
more?
three on the other people's plates and hand them to Ploy and be like, "We need to go. It's over. I'm sorry."
Do you want to roll like intimidation or something for
Yeah.
me? Sure.
Yep, that's not a thing I'm actually good at. Oh boy.
I
Wait,
believe
really?
I had to pick between nature or
Oh,
intimidation.
no.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Guess who's gonna keep eating sweet rolls?
Give me 1 second. Hold up.
Man.
Oh well.
Oh.
So yeah.
Oh,
They look up.
They're very
like,
drunk.
Yeah, they're super smashed. Like when you like move the plate,
bro.
they look up, and at first they look angry, and they're like, "Oh, thank you, waiter. I appreciate that. I was done anyway." And then like he picks up he picks up like a random napkin from somewhere and like folds it in his shirt and is like, "I'll take a check," and he falls over. And then so Ploy, you now have like 4 or 5 plates of sweet rolls in front of you, and seeing all
And
these
we're
sweet rolls,
moving.
I need you to make a con save real quick.
Okay.
Oh.
Oh, oh no.
Roll to not inhale.
You pass out.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Works for me.
You just like you're like, oh guys, I have so many. And you look back at all these people, and you're just like, I'm gonna eat so many of, oh god, and just facing the sweet rolls.
All right.
And yeah, you're out of it.
So, all right. So Mitch is gonna walk over to the barkeep and be like, and it's like, okay, how much for these 2 idiots? And like motions over to Ploy and
The
Joshua.
barkeep cuts you off and just, with the most randomly dramatic flair, just, "Good evening, sir. I will have you know I am the keep of this fair establishment, Sir Heinrich Eckhard von Muhlenstein der Dritte.
Oh no.
It is a pleasure to meet you, and how might I serve you?" You're welcome, Tim, by the way. That was very fucking hard.
Mitz is kind of like just like has like a shocked look on their face and like just like headdress going like just flares out a little bit and it's just like some assistant. How much do these 2 owe you?
Oh, nonsense. Their drinks were free, and he'd already paid for the sweet rolls.
Great,
Hmm?
thank you so much. Do you happen to know location of an inn that we could?
We're in an inn.
Oh, this is the
He
inn.
just points up.
And Mitz is like, thank you so much. Please, could we get some food sent up for these 2? And
I don't think
Are
Floyd's
you
gonna
sure
need more
what
food.
Chloe
but-
needs right now is more food?
yes, but Mitz is hungry right now. Mitz would
Um,
also like some food.
Y'all better not leave my sweet rolls behind.
No, we're picking them up.
Yeah.
He just looks and just says, 10 gold will get you the room and meals for the party.
All right. So Mitz is going to pull out 13 gold because it's like so he hands over the first 10. It's like, and then 3 more. It's like,
It is very
thank you for
generous.
handling them.
Are you coming from your personal supply or the party's check?
Mitz's own personal
Okay, fair
supply.
enough.
It's just gonna pull out 10, and then another 3, just going like, thank you for thank you for keeping an eye on them.
Oh, nonsense. They've been quite the entertainment.
And it's like out of
Okay.
curiosity, what have our friends been doing?
God damn it, Tim.
Tim's clipped it.
God damn it. Why? Why is that immortalized now? So yeah,
You're good.
So yeah, you haul Ploy up the stairs. You don't like initially see Joshua as you're like looking around for him, but you're kind of like, let's go get Ploy upstairs first, and then we'll go find him. And as you get upstairs to the room you picked out, Joshua is already there, just head in his hands, just like, oh, I need to sober up, don't I?
Probably.
Oh.
I generally don't deal with my own boss, so I don't know.
Oh,
Mitz
God.
offers their water skin over to him. It's like, here, have some water.
And he just
So,
kinda takes it and just like
Would you like?
pours a little bit over his face. Just, oh, thank the divine. Ugh.
So, would you like to talk to us, or and Mako pulls out the conch shell?
You, please, you.
Wow, Mako's ruthless. Wolf hasn't even had a boss before, but he's still like, oh wow, okay.
At this point, Mitz is like, okay, maybe you should sober up first, and then like heads back downstairs to talk to the barkeep about like getting some food for Wolf and Mitz because Mako doesn't eat.
Oh yeah, as you come down, he is he's kind of pulling out some sort of like a large sort of kind of like almost pie-like dish out of an oven.
Mm-hmm.
And as he pulls it out, you kind of see him like it's very very large. You kind of see him cutting out small slices of it and placing a bunch of them on plates. You get the sense that maybe this guy just kind of like cooks one meal a day and then kind of like just sells that meal.
Yeah.
But it's like definitely like a meat pie kind of thing. Like it's a savory pie kind of
Mhm.
thing. It's got like some meats and some vegetables and stuff in it. The nice sort of savory stew kind of thing. And yeah, you kind of just places 4 or 5 on a plate and kind of just like kind of places has your kind of just hand you a collection of plates, just like here, these are for you and your friends.
And like Mitz is just gonna like attempt to do like a curt like little bit of a bow, right, without knocking over all of the plates, and just thank you so much, and then head back up with the food.
Yeah. So yeah, as you get upstairs, Joshua will just kind of take a plate and just start and just, oh God, you back pie. Oh God, yes. He just takes another bite. Oh yes. Oh. Okay, I'm good.
How good is the pie?
It's really good. It's honestly like if you've ever had like shepherd's pie, it's like that, but it's definitely more of like a it's more of like a focus on like the broth of it, so it's nice and kind of it's real savory, you know. But it's definitely real good. There's like some nice chunky peppers in it and some mushrooms and onions, you know, kind of different stuff. Real tasty situation. It's a great snack.
Yes,
snack.
I wasn't gonna say anything.
I
noticed that
fucking
halfway through the
hate
description,
you.
I'm like,
I saw it and I was like,
I
there it
hate
is.
you so much. All right, so you do that. You start digging in for a while, and Joshua, spends a few bits eating and just like savoring this delicious taste, and just says, "Okay, all right, I'm getting there." Now, why did she send you all here?
They said something about troubling reports and intel that they needed to know.
Yes,
Think
and
you
then
almost
she
did?
suddenly lost contact
Yes.
for some days.
Yes.
So pleased to see that you're not in danger.
Yes.
By the way,
Ploy and I have been engaged in a deep cover operation to gather intel on agents of the Ymir operating in this part of town. We've been blending in as one of the locals to make sure we don't give away our alibis. It's a very clandestine operation. I'm not sure you understand.
Well, inside of 5, so he believes it.
Wolf was like, I see.
And
Yeah,
Mitz
makes
is going
sense.
to
That's what I
also
would
is
do.
gonna can Mitz roll some investigation and just like be like
Mitz, you don't need to roll. He's bullshitting. It's fine. You have no
I was
need.
gonna say,
Anyone,
man, amazing
anyone
job
more
pulling
intelligent
it
than a
off.
5th grader knows this guy's bullshitting. It's okay. He's lying. It's fine.
Okay, so
Wolf has a
Mitz is gonna
-1 intelligence.
fold his arms, and like you can kind of hear not just like go like ooh busted, like just like and just give and like gives Joshua the most disappointed look that like Mitz can like possibly
Oh, he's
make.
being a disappointed dad. That's so much worse.
Stop that. You remind me of my father, he says, just kind of like annoyingly.
Reminds me of
Like-
my father. Good.
It's like you're not fooling anyone here.
All right.
Yeah.
I'll come clean. We were out hunting a couple nights ago, not too far north of here, tracking down some of you back in a small greed of Sorrowless who were a small pack of Sorrowless that were on the run. Figured it could be good meat and hides for the camp. We've been short on supplies and resources, namely, believe it or not, clothes for the troops would be necessary. These cloaks are not easy to get, believe it or not. He kind of says, pulling up his light blue cloak, and he just says, "Supposed to be routine hurdle and hunt operation. Believe it or not, your lizard folk friend's actually quite competent with his javelins. He knows his way around to hunt.
Yeah.
We traded techniques
I
for a little
believe it.
while. And, well, while we were out scouting the herd, we saw something. A platoon of the Emir's men. They had to be by their garb. Not Wadal, too far from here. My guess is they have to be from Al-Sal. They were doing some kind of drill, but the strange thing is, well, first off, most of them weren't Sathani, which is already a strange thing given that the Emir's forces are almost always Sathani. I'm not calling them racist, but I'm not calling them that. Instead, most of them were Hashadi, the insect people from the below the dunes.
Mhm.
We don't see many of them above the sands here. Hell, Secrets to Tinker is the only one we have amongst our regular ranks. But there were a grand number of these Hashadi wielding these strange firearms, I suppose. I've heard rumors about them before. These wooden and metal devices that can bang like thunder and kill a man in a single gesture. I hadn't understood them much, but well, we kept eyes on the camp for a while, tried to gain simple intel. Unfortunately, we were careless. The Emir scouts caught us. Our camp was ambushed. Most of us were slaughtered. Ploy and I have been here drinking in the city since then. I watched a bit too many friends die.
Damn them.
Well, that's
We know which way they went. Is it maybe important that we try and again track them? It seems very dangerous.
I think they're out doing drills right now. As mentioned when we talked about our plan, it seems like this could be anything from just the Emir starting to gather more resources and technology, or him training an army for a new kind of warfare. We couldn't gather enough intel to know for certain. All we could tell is that where we previously thought these firearms were just rare, a couple here or there, the Emir already have thousands of them.
so they have a supplier.
That's the concerning
They can
bit.
make them.
Okay.
That's the concerning bit. Well, the moment I realized they were either mass producing or mass acquiring these things, I sent out some scouts to gather more information from around or check in with other forces. From what I can gather, no one's seen anything close to a facility or factory capable of producing these things, which means one thing. The Emir are trading with the hives. Which
You
is,
need
At
more
this point,
context.
can Mitz remembers like this conversation that that asshole over in Wadal had with a Hashari, and it's like,
Oh yeah, totally forgot about that.
Mitz remembers, and it's like, wait, there was a Hashari. I'm not sure if they were an ambassador, but they were in conversation with that asshole from Wadal. Mitz doesn't even remember this guy's name anymore.
it's some fucking random.
The Mir?
I mean, the Emir has a name, but like, Mitz isn't going to bother remembering this asshole's name beyond.
Okay. Just
Beyond
making
that.
sure, because there was also the two assholes that tried to take us away from the
Yeah, but like,
Aline.
And I and Wolf both don't remember this conversation. At
okay,
least that's what I
well,
was like, yeah.
it's
I
just
don't
like,
remember.
it's like, do you remember like he got lifted like 20 feet in the air? They tried to
Yeah,
choke him
that
out.
guy. I remember the bug guy, I just don't remember what the conversation was. Sorry,
Mm.
the Hashadi.
Bug dude.
And Mitz like doesn't quite remember the name, but he did remember that they were discussing about something very important, and it might have been about this trade.
So,
Wolf looked through his notebook. Nope, I didn't have it written down. Sorry.
at this
David had
moment, if anyone's keeping their eye on Ploy, you notice he's stirring now.
Mhm.
Appears to be coming to.
Yeah. Wolf will
Yeah.
have his sweet rolls nearby.
Just have him ready.
Just
Mitz is gonna pick one up and
Do
like
I-
wave it under Ploy's
I- do
nose
I
to see
smell
if it'll
sweet
wake him up
rolls?
faster.
Oh, what happened? Oh, sweet rolls. Sweet rolls. You're just gonna grab
You
one and
passed
eat
out
it.
from eating too many sweet rolls, as he's doing.
You definitely have not digested them all already.
Well, another one won't hurt, I guess.
And
You need to
passes
save
out.
some. You were good at saving them before.
Another
remember?
Constitution save, please.
No, you're okay. It's fine. You can have the one. It's not a problem.
That's a good idea. Hey, Net, come over here.
And Net shambles on over and just like, he kind of just like rustles you a little bit. He does look at you, and what's the closest thing you can imagine a beast could make to disapproval? But it's there.
All right. Well, Net, you can have one last one too before I store the rest of these away.
And he just kind of yaps one up in his mouth, just. And as you go to open his his as you go to check on
Saddlebags?
the saddlebags and everything. Can I have? And you know what? All three of the people who aren't Ploy, can y'all go ahead and make me like a quick little, I guess, perception check? We'll go perception. Perception sounds dope.
Oh no. I can't even open my character sheet.
You don't have a character. You're not real. Campaign's over for you. Bye.
You know what? I'm just gonna
You're
roll
not
a
supposed to be
d20
here, that's
and then
pretty
add
Mitz
like.
evaporates.
Well, I crit, so I guess it doesn't matter.
Oh well, then
I mean, it might.
you'd notice it directly, Mitz. The gold patch is
Well.
about 80 gold short.
Also,
did
by the
we
way,
store
how
the
many
100?
sweet rolls did I store away?
Nah.
You
Mitz-
store about, I'll say 9. We'll say 9. Solid 9.
Cool.
Mitz is going to like yank the plate of sweet rolls and like hold them hostage, and then give Ploy the most disappointed look and just be like, "All right, what have you spent 80 gold on?"
Is that really a
Please don't
question?
say sweet rolls.
I can smell it. It's mid-grade alcohol and apparently sweet rolls. Well, you can actually
this-
answer. Just that's what we'll
Eh,
smell.
Equipment upkeep costs?
Do we need to roll an insight check for that?
No, he's bullshitting. It's fine.
Mitz at this point just
My question-
just. Oh, sorry, Wolf.
No. My question is, hey, so how much money do you have on you, Ploy? Like, what? What
you
does his personal money look like?
Didn't we lose all our personal money?
Oh, we got.
But yeah, we
100.
still got paid
Yeah,
out from the
paid.
last job.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Nice.
so I mean, I have 100, and then the 200 for the group. Well,
No, Wolf would be like, wait, then hold on. You still have all 100 of your coins in your pockets right now?
maybe.
At this point, Mitz is just going to take the plate of sweet rolls, just give them over to Wolf, and be like, "All right," and just like
That's-
gives
We'll
Wolf a
eat them
look.
one by one.
I'm disappointed in you are right now.
I saved you guys some.
like,
Did you say it was 80 gold worth?
No.
Then this is not settled.
we're getting nowhere with this. Ploy, what the hell has been happening after a
Well, okay. So, in all seriousness, and at this point, he's like mostly sobered up and like mostly okay. You know, some stuff happened. I feel like I heard Joshua telling you guys what happened.
Yeah.
So I won't bother you with repeating the same story, but you know, some things happened. They had a lot of guns. And then we came here. And what happened after that? Joshua, what happened after that?
we created effective and reliable alibis. Is what happened next.
Yes.
He says,
That-
just like staring at you all unblinkingly.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, we caught you
Would
doing
it-
a great job of keeping a low profile.
I would say we blended right in personally.
Mm-hmm. I learned a couple new tricks actually. Now that I remember now, I learned a couple new tricks.
Like,
Oh, let me show you. And he hops on Net's back, and Ploy's gonna hold. He's gonna balance 2 javelins, like one on the tip of each finger. He's gonna hold one in his teeth and balance it in his teeth. And Net is also gonna balance a javelin on the tip of his nose.
He earned
Please
us,
make a dex
he earned
save
us,
for this.
he earned us 7 gold for that. Actually, believe it or not, this is a pretty impressive talent. The townsfolk love it.
that is very impressive. Wolf
No.
says, not ironically. But 80 gold worth of reasonable alibi?
Listen, sometimes in the spirit of operating in a covert manner, you have to be willing to listen. I'm second in command of this damn resistance, not you. You don't give me orders.
Yeah. I'm more worried about the 80 gold part. I don't care about the orders.
Oh, well,
Well,
that,
okay.
listen,
I
all I
mean-
know is when we got here, I was like, hey, we should lay low for a bit. Let's get some drinks. Employee said, don't worry, I got it covered. And I just assumed he was gonna, he was footing the bill.
I think Wolf would turn to Mitz and make it's like, well, let's be honest. If Net was the one who wasn't drunk, he's probably the one who actually was paying everybody that they got alcohol from.
Like, Mrs. like,
Net's head.
you know, that's fair. Net is the smart one out of those two.
Only when Ploy is drunk. Two Ploy.
Mitz isn't pulling any punches. It's just like, yeah, Net's the smart one, clearly.
I just
I mean,
love Michelle in chat. Ploy and Net share one brain cell. Net usually has it. That's
It's
my
absolutely true.
That's my
It's absolutely
favorite
true.
thing.
So I mean, okay. I do feel a little bad. I'll shoulder 50% of the cost.
Wolf isn't actually mad. He's just very curious as to what they did. So he's just gonna let the other two make decisions on this one.
Oh, boy, they spent 80 gold on sweet rolls and grain alcohol.
Mid-grade.
Mitz
you
at
know,
this point
it's probably better than that.
Completely done with this conversation is like, okay, you do that. What can we talk? It's like, do we have any intel on where we might be able to find, say, a supplier? Any sort of intel on like what tactics they've been using that you studied?
Well,
Did you write any of this
do you
down?
know what you
Question
should
mark?
do
Question mark?
about
And like Mitz pulls out
these
like, you
two
know,
duly
not, and
gone
like
old
it's just
monsters?
like getting ready to start writing.
Well, I can tell you a couple of things. The firearms they have are incredibly incredibly well made. They're definitely among the best artisans you can find that are making them in this area, meaning they're getting them right from the hive, as previously mentioned. However, they're still horrendously inaccurate, meaning they usually tend to fight in line, or, you know, volleyed line formation. However, I don't know if you've all seen Hashari outside of Tinker, but he kind of just like does like this. They can hold two of them.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
That
And
is
this is
scarier.
two
Especially
per.
line formation. This is like the only thing Wolf will be even remotely intelligent on. Line formation, so yeah, they don't have to aim.
No.
That's-
Accuracy
Can
through
Mitz do
volume
like
of
a-
fire.
Can Mitz
It's
do like
such
some
a
kind
shame too. Just imagine how many javelins they could throw.
of?
Like, why bother with these horribly inaccurate guns?
Because they can mow people down in one hit. and Mitz at this point is gonna like try and think back on like
like, just need to
history
work
like,
out.
and military
That's all.
tactics, even though that's not a thing that Mitz is interested in, and just be like, is there any any sort of counter to something like this? Like, say if somebody had like done like a similar thing with like javelins instead, or arrow line. Like
Well,
what counters
similar
do they
to a-
have?
I
Airline,
mean,
right?
traditionally the ways to beat line warfare, because I mean it's tough because it's not exactly well known. But as you kind of think for a bit, and you've definitely read some books on tactics in your spare time, just because you were bored and you feel like you wanted to pierce through them, and so you kind of think for a bit, like, all right, a bunch of troops in a 2 or 3 deep line, 2 or 3 deep rows, firing off these weapons in volley formation. The best way to handle dealing with this would be to just try and break the line, which would be done best by closing the distance, smashing as hard as you can into them. The trouble is, you think, like, that still leaves room for at least one volley of fire off, more than likely, which means there's
You need the tanks. Yeah.
either the tanks or the casualties you can spare. And
So
in your encounter throughout history, it's usually the latter.
The numbers.
Yeah, just having the numbers and just saying, all right, charge.
Numbers, charge, or if you were able to and had the resources to, great knights.
True. Or flanking
And
them is
cavalry.
also
Some kind of very defensive
yeah,
wall.
something like that.
Yeah.
But
It's
yeah,
like,
that's
that's
easy
the
to hear.
largest
Hold on.
table I could carry.
What's the biggest table I can put in front of me?
Defensive wall.
am I fast enough to dodge a bullet?
Probably not. So
Is
so
that
okay. So
Nico's
Mitz
main method of operating?
is like,
Mako's just
So
like,
it
would a
seems-
bullet kill me?
Yeah.
well, if
Can I be shot if I don't have a body?
if the Emir are trading with the Hive, would that mean that they're trading with it? Like, is it are we talking splinter groups? Are we talking with the whole hive as a collective, right? Like, because Mitz doesn't really know much about the cultures. Like, is it something we can expect from like just the merchants or the like, or is it like an actual nation to nation?
No. From
I
what
mean,
we
they have
understand,
a lot of guns.
the way the Hashari work, the way the Hashari tend to work is that they operate on a sort of pheromone hive consciousness. If you are close enough to a local queen or a local sort of hive nobility, then you are sort of drawn in to serve them by virtue of the collective consciousness. But the further you diverge away, the further you are for a longer period of time from the hive, the more independent a Hashari becomes. So, is it possible that a splinter group formed off and, on its own decided to, to handle that? But it's also perfectly likely that they just directly traded with the with the Emir. It's impossible to tell right now. Effectively, is what Joshua says. Just like we don't really have a way to tell right now. It could either hypothesis seems perfectly likely. Given the sheer number of guns they have, I would probably personally lean more towards the hive hypothesis. But either one makes perfect sense in this instance, and we have no way to know right now.
Well, we were wrong before about how many guns there were in the country. It's entirely possible we're wrong about how many the Hashidai have.
Yeah, that's true.
And okay, so it's like, is there any way you can rule out one of these options? Is the question.
We'll have to go
Like,
find them and
We'll have to
maybe
investigate
get some
for
intel.
ourselves,
Could
like-
probably go track them down again. Shouldn't be too hard with how many there are.
That and snooping down, either tracking them down or just snooping around some more around here. I wouldn't recommend tracking down the platoon that we went after. Their heckles are already up, having noticed that they were already being watched. Meaning, not only would they still be
fair.
looking for scouts to be tracking them, they're going to be looking harder. 30 of us couldn't handle a platoon of these guys. I don't think the 5 of you or the 6 of us would do much better. Or
like
the 5
Mitz
of
is
us.
like, and it's like, well, actually, a small group of us could probably more easily move around their position and like is like kind of like just like small to, and it's like, but assuming they don't fire on us immediately. So, okay, it's and
We can do stuff while we're here. To be fair, like
yeah.
we're not gonna often be in Boone.
Yeah, I think the best thing we could do right now would probably be just to ask around, see if maybe you can get any general information. Unfortunately, trade towns like this, while they certainly pass rumors back and forth, if you're looking to get anything hard-hitting or more information, you're often better off checking in some of the larger, more populated cities. Places like this are usually just best for grabbing trade rumor or caravan information.
Rumors
Yeah,
are still
that's a place
good.
to start
They
from.
always have a grain of truth to them.
If you all want to take some time just to peek around and ask questions, I'll do some of that on my own and meet back with you here at about, I don't know, end of the day.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
at this
you
point,
send a
Mitz is gonna.
message to.
It's like we were also going about recruiting here. Is there any updates on how on recruitment in this?
Joshua
Mhm.
gets up. He rises up from his seat. He walks over to the door of the room you were all in. He opens it quickly, checks left, right, closes it, locks it, checks the lock to make sure it's nice and firmly in there. Comes and just says, "There's a slave market coming here in a week. 145 in prison Sathani."
It sounds like a nice distraction before we go after the thing, but how's that going to help with recruitment?
Well, the Emir tend to imprison those who either owe them or are dissident to them. Such punishment tends to breed disillusionment, for lack of a better term.
Ah, okay. Well, I would
We
probably
rigged
ended up
this in
killing them for fun,
advance.
but
The question.
The slave market is going to be here for a while. These kind of events usually are... He kind of sours his face. Events like these, caravans traveling through selling the trade of those who have been marked as unworthy by the Emir, are almost celebrations in this place. The trader market will be here for a while. You all were tracking down those scouts, yes, to the south?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Take your time and go deal with that. I'll gather what intel that I can, see if I can organize some assets here and set things up. But if you want, when you're finished, meet me back here and we'll see if we can't do anything.
And Mitz is gonna ask, like, can we get any information on location, like the stage, logistics, how they're gonna feed the things, anything about like what kind of blocks they have, who is participating, or what major trade groups are participating.
we can ask about the town now, and I'm sure he can collect that information
Yeah.
when we're here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's no way this is lightly guarded. We're gonna need to check out who is here when they arrive, where they posted, things like that.
How we
can't
can
do
get,
that until
get
they're
people
here.
out really fast.
Indeed.
Yeah.
I don't have too much direct information on who exactly is handling the caravan this time, but typically with events like these, you can tell by the fanfare to a degree. Remember, everything in Zor'aa is ultimately about status. Even the trait of other humanoids. What that means is that an event like this can be a small, ramshackle event of a couple caravan wagons full of people pulling up, trading off who they can, and moving to the next town. Or they can be half a month-long ceremonies of opulence, wealth, and decadence, while an individual lord or noble shows off how many people they can sell.
Yeah, Josh, do
So
you
it seems
remember?
like
Did
we
can
they
leave and come
mention
back.
which way the caravan was coming from? I don't remember anything.
They're coming from the north, more likely. I think they're heading down from Wadal.
Okay.
So we can piss off the asshole.
Yeah.
All the more.
I think
reason
he's right. We'd have time to check the scouts at least a little bit
Yeah,
before it's here.
I would say let's check on the scouts first.
I agree. Go and deal with the scouts. If anything, I think your party seems to be short one member.
Oh. Okay.
Ah, yes. Boy,
Oh.
we never did get to update
Yeah.
you on
What?
that.
Where's Z?
We're gonna have to catch you up on some things.
Oh, is it?
She may be the wife of death now? Unclear.
Like, Mitch
And
at this
he
point is
turns
just
to-
like,
Yeah, Josh just has an eyebrow raised.
Mako
And just
turns
like,
to Joshua and says, Lady Temin summoned her back.
That's
magic reasons.
if Temin's involved, then I either don't want to know or I'm not capable of understanding. I'll leave her to it. Nonetheless,
There's a lot of stuff in my life that falls in those categories.
I find it makes things simple. Nonetheless,
Mhm.
he kind of takes a second to think, just says, all right, I can probably get your friend back here whenever she's done with Temin and also get proper information on whatever slave caravan is here. More importantly, if we're going to be taking care of or causing some havoc here, we probably want some reinforcements.
Mhm.
I can handle gathering all those things if you need, while you all take care of the scouts. Unfortunately, that means I need to do one thing.
Call your boss.
Talk to your boss.
He holds out his hand and just says, call my boss.
Mako hands him the shell.
Says, you all should get out of here. I don't think you want to stay for this.
Yeah.
Wolf would give him some respectful distance on that.
Yeah. I'm,
Mitz is going
I'm
to,
out.
it's like, Mitz is gonna, like, be like,
Well, he's
you,
like, yeah.
do you want an alarm ward in case, and just like, would you like an alarm ward?
Woman, excuse me. Sir, I am a famed bladesman of the Alkami clan. I can handle myself, thank you very much.
Like, just in case, but okay, like, it just, in case you wanted some fair warning, but,
Your concerns appreciated, but save your magic. I'll be alright.
alright. So, I guess Mitz will leave it to him.
Yeah.
You all be safe out there, alright? And you kind of, head out. You close the door. And as you're heading, you leave the door. You're heading down the stairs. You're almost certain you can hear shouting from inside the room.
Yeah.
Well, the plus side is there's so much screaming downstairs that no one's gonna notice anyway.
Oh yeah, by the time you're halfway down the stairs, it's drowned out. But just from the top of the stairs, you can definitely pretty distinctly hear some shouting coming from the room.
Oh no.
Man,
Well,
am I
we're gonna
glad that I'm
trademark
the
it.
one that forgot everything, and Joshua had the report by himself.
It's like, I see that you left him you threw him under the wagon.
I could provide no additional help.
Threw him under the caravan.
Considering how much Ploy remembers, I only imagine, Ploy, that you would be a detriment to his being told off.
Yeah.
You know-
Ploy, what did he do? Oh, something, I guess.
I don't know, he
Kind
gave
of
me
a blur of sweet rolls and vodka.
Yeah.
Re-rolled vodka.
You know,
Okay.
Sweet rolls and ale go together unsurprisingly well.
It's actually
Get
not
that.
an accurate, even IRL, it's not an inaccurate statement. Really good sweets and a good ale, it's actually a really good combination, seriously.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we are in a trade town. What do you say we go around, window shop, maybe catch up on some rumors?
I'm gonna be honest. I don't remember a whole lot. but I also don't remember seeing much of interest. But that may have just been because, well, Josh and I were a little busy.
Mhm.
I don't know that anything I want to get is going to be cheap enough other than some basic supplies. We only
Right,
have
we're
100 gold.
also
Like,
a little short on money.
Or also a little poor.
At Mitch's
that
point is like, have we considered things like rations? They're not particularly
should get some
expensive. We could
supplies.
snack on the way.
Get snacks.
Stop at the street vendors. Talk to the street vendors. Know what
Mhm.
they're doing.
Mhm.
And
Get
always have the
outdated
discuss.
traveling in the heat.
yeah, I think we could quickly split up and just do some reconnaissance, see if we can find some supplies, stuff like that.
All right, how are we
And
splitting
then
up?
be back here.
How are we splitting up then, friends? Are we going 2-2?
Mitz is the
Everyone for
squishy,
themselves?
so Mitz is not. Mitz is squishy, so he's either gonna stick with the big, with the big barbarian, or with
Ah,
the two
the big
lizardies,
lizard
and making
man.
sure that they're not going to do anything stupid again. Either or.
That's just fair. But let's, yeah, real quick, let's just go. Let's check.
Sure.
We can all go together if that works better.
Okay.
All
Sure.
right.
Yeah.
Mitz is like gonna like menacingly stare at like Ploy from behind at the back of
Yeah.
the line.
So you do some walking, and you're kind of walking
just
around
checking
town,
out
just
there.
kind of chatting around, and no one really seemed to like pick you guys out as like outsiders. In Wadal, you noticed that they were definitely like you guys were getting a bit of some stares at some outsiders, but you get the sense that maybe in a trade town like this, people passing through just who are of all walks of life just aren't that strange. One day you're hanging out and at the bar with your peoples, and then a guy with like tentacle arms walks in, and you're like, oh okay, that's you don't see one of those
Yeah.
every day.
Look, I'm a guy. I'm also a shark.
Well, I
What
know
else do you
someone.
want?
Okay, and you're just like, okay, cool, you know, he's all right. Bet. You keep it moving, but yeah, no one else seems to like really notice or care too much about what you guys are doing. Give me 1 second. Okay, so as you're doing your walking, you come across this one large stall with a sort of gated pen area around it. In the pen, you can see a couple of small, like bovine, or I guess the better word would be like swine-like animals of some kind with large tusks and sort of like big muscly bulks kind of plodding around. They don't really look like boars. They kind of almost look kind of more like gorillas with kind of like hands almost, but they're definitely still kind of beasts, and there's a couple of them kind of moving around back or shoveling like grain in their mouths or otherwise doing that. There's a man.
A very cursed image. Pigs with hands.
Yeah, I know, pigs with hands. It's horrible. There's a man in back who is holding like a large sort of like pitchfork, and it's like kind of baling hay. As you all walk past, he looks over at you all, looks away, double takes at you, Ploy. His face frowns up, and he starts storming over to you.
What did you do?
This is exactly what Wolf wanted to happen.
As he reaches you, he holds up his other arm, which was behind his back before now, and there's a javelin in it. And he looks at you very angrily. He doesn't say anything, just looks at you really angrily.
Is it one of my special javelins, or is
Nope,
it just a
it's a regular
regular javelin?
Regular old javelin.
It's like,
Okay.
please tell me you did not drop your belongings all over the place and leave it for these poor
Drop
folk
would
to pick up?
be
Drop.
would be kind, is what I assume.
The man says back a sort of small babble of things in Sethani, which most of you aren't able to speak, but Mitz, having spent some time, studying with Zanari and taking his time to learn language, you do manage to pick up at least very barely what the man says. Let me send it to you. There you go. So yeah, he just kind of babbles back at you all, holding the javelin.
And, like at this point, but like Mitz is just.
Oh,
Boy,
he's also hiding behind net
apologize
at
to this
point.
man
He's just like,
right now.
Almost better if I don't know the
Who's he hiding
context to
behind?
this. Wolf says.
what am I apologizing for? I don't remember.
You stuck
That-
one of this guy's pigs.
Boy, why did you?
Did I?
apologize. Like at this point, like Mitz, and Mitz, by the way, has no strength at all. So like is like trying to like push Ploy and like get him to like apologize, like turn him around and like try to like push him towards this I'm assuming farmer and be like, like just like with like the weakest sort of like push and just like freaking.
Ploy's gonna.
And like as you're talking, he is still just babbling, but now recognizing that you at least can translate, he is now just babbling directly at you, Mitch, just like pointing over at Ploy. And I just sent you what was just said.
Yeah, and Mitz is going to like sigh and try to say like with like in like really broken like Sathani, like, I apologize for my friend and his companion. They were incredible. Like they got incredibly sloshed last night.
He starts to sort of
Hey,
yell back some more, and he sort of like he like kind of is like pressing the javelin at you, Ploy, not like blading it down, but like just pressing it at you. And Mitz, you can kind of pick up. I mean, you can all definitely tell this guy's just like cursing you the fuck out. But Mitz, you are definitely hear this guy saying like, "To hell with you! May the gods break your legs."
Hey, remind me, where
Okay.
were we keeping those extra sweet rolls?
You about to give this guy a fucking sweet roll? Just here for your trouble.
Okay,
gonna
and
take the
Mitz is
javelin back.
and Mitz is going to like just be like,
I think if
is
there's
there-
any way
is there
to
anything
show
we
that
can do?
Ploy is genuinely
Is there any-
remorseful,
is like, is there anything we can do
giving up sweet rolls?
to make up for the for the loss of your livestock?
In Sathani, leave.
And
You
like,
call
okay,
those-
No, he means
so
like the indication of leave is like leave here, like the town.
mm. And it's
Fair.
like, well,
It's generous.
that is pretty generous.
Yeah.
And it's like, so Mitz is going to just be like, well, Ploy,
Laying low, huh?
and it's like,
Maybe the wolf will stick his pigs all the time.
Listen, I don't remember
struck
what
this man's
happened.
pig. He wants you out of town. Like,
Here, okay, listen. I don't remember what happened, but here's what I'll do. And I'm gonna like grab the javelin from him and replace it with 10 coins and a sweet roll.
And gold.
Look at the coins and like kind of close his hand around them. He'll look at the sweet roll, look over at you, look at the sweet roll, take a small bite, and just kind of like put it away in a pouch. And he'll kind of just like storm off angrily.
Apology accepted. You don't take a man's sweet roll unless you accept his apology.
See?
I told you. I got
Mitz
things
is
figured
just-
out.
Okay.
For chat's
Ah.
And now
context,
that I
for
now that I
chat's,
think about it,
for chat's context, the
That was
first
pretty
thing that
good.
was said was, "This was in one of my pigs." The second thing that was said is, "He ran about my farmland in the middle of the night with that other madman screaming about god pigs and how they had to slay them all."
Nah.
This is why Mitz is just like, God, what the hell is wrong with you? Why are you like this,
Not the weirdest
Ploy?
thing we've done
Where
when
was
we've
that?
drunk, Ploy.
And like at
That's
this
not the
point,
weirdest
Mitz
thing we've done while drunk.
is, I mean, like at this point, Mitz is just gonna like look at Net and be like, it's like, I know you can't do much about your crappy friend, but like, why didn't you stop them?
Anyway,
Boy's gonna pat Ned on the head and say, "It's okay, buddy. You did your best."
He did
Like,
good.
it's just like, Net, you're the smart one. Why? Why didn't you just trip them?
And it's kind of like
tried.
it keeps it moving. Doesn't say anything else.
Miss is just like,
You-
you know
you
what?
can't,
I
he's
get it. You tried your best. It's hard to stop stupidity when it goes
Mhm.
on a roll.
Sure is.
I'm getting a sense that Mitz might attribute the same amount of intelligence that Na has to like every other companion, and that's not fair.
Look, Mitz has been spoiled by the fact that they have a fully sentient spellbook.
I love that.
That is kind of
Okay.
crazy, actually. So
Hey, listen, it could be worse.
it
So
could.
yeah,
Anyway.
yeah, that guy walks off, and you're still about the town, as it were, kind of doing your own thing. Sort of around you, there are just a collection of shops of different assortments and sizes. There's like a fruit stand you can notice over off to the left. Another one appears to have a couple of just like random goods and sort of trinket items. A third one appears to be selling what look to be small sort of like necklaces. They sort of fashioned out of these like sort of small beads they've been working with. The person working it is an older woman. Off on the side, you notice there's just another sort of like large sort of shop that appears to be some kind of bakery actually. And then yeah, there's sort of
Like unploy, not
Do the
allowed.
people in the bakery have anything to say to Ploy?
just
My best customer.
Yeah, I don't remember
not.
everything I did, but I think we probably want to stay away from there for now. I think
Out
it's
of
best
business.
to move
They
on.
sold out. 80's gold worth of sweet rolls is a lot.
he's fucking gone.
They ain't got no more.
He's fucking. We fucking.
I
Left.
mean, on the positive side, they probably love you for all the gold you spent on them. On the other hand,
you might think that, but
what have you done,
else
Fuck
did
this
you
time?
do?
Nah.
let's just say I wasn't the most
Uninteresting.
calm customer.
Oh. Okay.
I spent a lot of
Uh,
money
Emotional sweet roll
there, but
journey. I get it.
yeah, I think it's best we move on and you know.
You need help.
Is there anything else that we notice around the market besides the bakery and the trinket shop and the food stall?
There's just a good chunk of people kind of just like, you know, cavorting about, you know, just talking in groups or moving about. You do notice that there is one sort of lady who is kind of sat in a small chair. She kind of looks a little bit, not so much older, but maybe probably like in her mid 30s or so. She looks very, very well built. She's Sithani, definitely. You can definitely tell by, like, you know, her scales are like a brighter green, but there's some scarring on her. You can very noticeable. She kind of just sits in this chair, not really saying too much. Every now and then, you notice that someone walks up to her, leans over, and sort of like says something to her. She holds out her hand. That the person puts some coins in them. She says something back to them, and they walk off.
So can I get just like a vibe check for the whole town in terms of like how many of them recognize
Nah.
me and don't like me, and how
Roll
many of
ins-
them are just like
Roll
Okay.
insight.
It's not a bad roll.
There is an older shopkeep not too far who appears to be fixing some damage to a window, who does look over and cut a glance at you very angrily, doesn't seem to say much else. Other than that, there are just mostly just like some slight whispers here and there from like dispersed people, but not too much that you feel like you have like a rep or anything. You do definitely notice off to the side there are a group of young, for lack of a better term, like school-age Sithani girls who all seem to be pointing at you and giggling though.
Uh-oh.
Let's not go there.
Let's not go there.
We don't need to know that.
We did not.
Honestly, your shenanigans are better without context for me.
Just not
Yeah.
knowing.
Well, they're just like, this is hilarious. I still want to know.
Well, I mean,
Here's
Mitch
what-
is interested in the lady, but he's gonna go
Yeah.
over to the trinket stand.
Yeah, Ploy's just gonna kind of slink over to Net, and because Net has a pretty special saddle, and just kind of hang off the bottom of it, so he's like on Net's belly, just so he's out of sight, and just be like, I'll just chill here. Net, you follow them
You're
around
just
for a
chilling
while.
under net. That's what your plan is.
Yeah,
He's
just
going-
gonna chill there.
He's going unseen. Okay,
Uh,
that's fine.
I mean, Wolf can't talk to this lady, but my thought was just we go around town and just try and like listen in, just like eavesdrop and see if we hear anything, because the only one who can talk Zathani is Mitz. So
So
just search for any
Sorry.
rumors that
Well,
are useful. But other than that,
Mako, upon noticing this woman on the bench, turns to Mitz and asks if she has any idea what this woman might be doing, or he has any idea what this woman might be doing.
Well, Mitz has no clue, but maybe it's gossiping. I mean, they are. Actually, can Mitz make an insight onto like maybe some kind of like culture check and
absolutely.
I don't know what would I roll for that investigation.
Insight. I thought
Insight.
you
You just said it.
Insight. Okay, insight. That's true.
you just
You
said
did
it.
say insight.
Mitch
Well,
just rolls a 5. Has
The
no
5.
clue.
Yeah. They're definitely a humanoid creature, from what you can gather.
Yeah.
Definitely
Can,
talking.
can Mitz make a religion or investigation check?
I will let you investigate. Yes, go ahead. It's fine.
Okay, thank you.
It's totally okay.
It's okay, but it's a 9, so it's not much better.
Your first guess is probably there's some, like you mentioned, there's probably some kind of gossip or rumor woman. If that hadn't have been your first guess, I would have not given you that. But because that was your first guess, yeah, they're Mako. You upon investigating some more, you're almost certain of it. Like you can see, like it seems like people walk up to this woman, ask her some kind of question or seek some kind of information, and then pay her, and then she tells them what she knows, and then they go away. That appears to be a thing that's happening.
I look at Mitz and I say, "Kernel of truth, right?"
Okay. So I guess Mitz will walk up to this lady, give her a short bow, and try to brokenly ask in in Sathani, what are the latest rumors?
3 words
on
in,
her?
she says, "I speak common, and I don't answer generic questions. Be specific or get out of my face."
Thank you.
Very convenient.
It's uh, what do we
should
want to
stand away
know?
while we prepare a question. Yeah. Well, do we ask directly about the guns, or do we ask directly about the scouts?
It's like, okay. Mitz is, I guess, is gonna ask. So, is I've heard rumors about scouts in the area. We're not sure because we're traveling and we're not sure if there's anything dangerous going on. But it seems that's
She holds out a hand and looks directly at you.
okay. Mitz is gonna plop in 7 gold coins.
She'll look at them, close, and say, "A runner came into town a couple days ago, claiming to be gathering supplies for a camp he had outside of about a mile or so outside of north of town. Not that uncommon to have people come in grabbing supplies for their camps, but normally it's for, roaming bandit camps who can't make themselves known in town, or small parties who don't feel like dealing with the hustle and bustle. This kid came with a cart, though, and left with it full of supplies. Enough food to feed an army, if you ask me. In any case, from what I know, yeah, the Emir have been having their troops run drills around here. It's not necessarily uncommon for the troops to take the desert for a bit, but, well, last time anybody heard anything about that, let's just say the last time the Emir soldiers were out doing drills, we almost had a war. You want anything more than that? You gotta pay me again."
Now, Wolf would like to roll some insight. Maybe someone else should too. How reliable does he think this kind of rumor mill thing is at keeping the originator of the rumor secret?
Go ahead and roll that insight for me if you want.
Well,
no.
Wow,
shit.
that's
Shit.
tragic.
Oh, shit!
That is wow.
Oh, no! Oh, no! Yeah.
That is a tragedy.
That's horrendous. No, so, so basically, I mean, you definitely could tell she didn't make, like, she mentioned the runner, but, like, she didn't say anything about where the rumor
Who
came
saw them.
from or who saw it. She just said that there was a runner that was seen. Like, there was no mention at all of person.
Okay. Well, Mitz is
Wolf
going
would
to
be curious then, and
uh
mostly like 'cause I'm gonna take that at face value, despite the double ones. Like, do we want to tell them about anything in reward for money or in exchange for other secrets? That might be a better currency. We are involved with
if she knows
people with
anything.
secrets.
I don't know. This is some
It could also be
dangerous
helpful for us to
business,
undermine
if you
some
ask
people.
me. You just hear like a
Fair.
voice come from undernet, just like I
Yeah.
I don't know how many of our secrets we want to be telling people.
Exactly.
Mitz
but
is not willing to part with any secrets. Sorry.
not secrets about our friends, secrets we found out about the enemy. Is it beneficial to tell people about stuff? Wolf is trying to dance around the thing, in character, out of character. Do you want to tell him that the Emir has a metric shit ton of guns and is trading with the Hive?
All right. Well, Mitz
It
is
seems like a
going
secret
to.
they want to keep hidden. So, like, just to fuck with them, we could make it far more known.
Okay, well, Mitz is going to pass the lady 7 gold and mention like, well, we've heard things about a lot but I've heard rumors that there have been a lot of these strange something about like weaponry. They're really loud, and like we came by and we've seen like dead bodies that have just been like killed instantly.
She
And like
slides your coins from her finger or from your hand onto hers and just says, "You mean the guns, right?"
it's like, is that what they're called?
Well, some people call them firearms, some call them guns, boomsticks, lightning sticks, lightning rifles, lightning guns. There's a couple different nomenclatures going around. Depends on where you're finding them at. Long and short of it is, yeah, they exist, and the Emir have them.
Like, at this point, Mitzla is looking like affecting like a is going to just be like, wow. Okay.
We should probably.
Yeah. Mitz is gonna just like just slide over another 7 and be like, thank you for thank you, and just like also whisper like for thank you for the information.
As you go to turn away, she calls back, "Hey, hold up!" Directly to you, Mitz.
Mm-hmm.
I got more
And
if you.
Mitz,
I got more if you want it.
I guess Mitz is like, oh, okay.
And
And-
as seeing the confusion on your face, she just says, "Hold your coin. You're kind of cute." Anyway. About a month or so ago, guy came into town offering some trade, but didn't bring merchandise with him. I don't know if you all are from around here, but that's not how we do things here. Nonetheless, he claimed him and some friends of his happened across a couple of boomsticks that were hoping to trade them just outside of town, out of the town walls. A friend of mine took the call. He's gonna sell them, move them down south to another town, and try to see if he can make a profit. I ain't seen him afterwards. He went out there, said no one ever came to meet him, so he walked around for a day or so. He found a camp that he assumed belonged to those people he was supposed to sell him those lightning guns. And they were all dead. Interestingly enough, there were scorch marks around.
Scorch marks.
And she kind of she kind of looks back and forth and just says, "I get the feeling that despite being insane, I get the feeling that despite you being that cute, you don't get around much around here. You see blade wounds and a scorch mark? It means Torvalia are nearby. I don't know if you want anything to do with that, but keep your head low. And you never saw me, alright?"
It's like, and Mitz will just like nod and like the universal lip zipped.
Now beat it. But come back sometime.
And like Mitz was like, if we can find you.
I'm always around here.
All right. So and then Mitz will
Alright.
turn around and I guess just like try to be as casual as possible. Like I guess.
The moment you start to walk away, you'll notice that she does get up, kind of like full, like kind of like not so much literally full, but like tip over the chair she was in, so it kind of like sits in the sand and starts to walk away.
Okay.
A different direction than you guys, though.
Okay.
Okay.
I think it's a good place to stop, probably.
Yep, it's a great place to stop. We're gonna grab a break for a super important thing. Mostly, it's just that 2 of our really good friends of Neon Lights Roleplay, Ollie and Lerner, are getting married today. Like, literally right now, actually, like, in this media. So, we're gonna go watch that, and you guys can stay here in intermission and have some fun not watching that. But we'll be back in a little bit, and bye!
Yeah.
Hey, internet.
Hey.
It's us.
Hello, Twitch.
So that happened. And we're not gonna worry too much about it. Instead, we are simply going to continue with more Seven Sons right now. All right. So, you guys just talked to an individual, a woman who seems to have a lot of the ins and outs of this area. She gave you some information and some fallbacks. And then we took a quick break to go say a quick hello to our dear friends who were getting married. Unfortunately, we didn't get to catch the actual wedding because they weren't ready in time. But while we're here, we do want to take a quick, brief moment to give all of our energy, love, and appreciation to Ali and Lemur, our two dear friends who are tying the knot today. We are so very happy for them, and we appreciate them, and so glad to we are very glad to call them our friends. So, if you catch them, wish them congratulations for us on our behalf, and give them some hugs and kisses for us, please. Thank you. All right. Having said that, I'm going to pass it back to you guys. You have now been told that you still have time to go and check on those scouts if you'd like to. You've received a bit of a tip-off for some info, and that is where we'll let you back in.
Okay. Well, Mitz is gonna go over to the trinkets stand and see if he can't figure out if there's any sort of like, I don't know, Sithani tradition on like presenting gifts, because like Mitz like the Quad folk have their own kind of like, you know, present sort of thing, but then like well, I mean, Z is kind of getting married to the Sithani goddess of death, so like what do
So,
question mark?
You're heading over to the trinket stand?
Well, ask them that.
Yeah.
An older man is handling the trinket stand. There are lots of different things, some bangles, bracelets, earrings, and, you know, loops and different kind of necklaces and things like that, all kind of organized in different shells. As you come over, it just says, "Welcome, young one. Come. You seem like you're buying for a loved one."
Sort of.
Not wrong.
All right.
That's not an incorrect statement.
All right. Well, give me specifics.
So,
not
my
too
best
specific,
friend
probably.
just got engaged.
Oh, well,
And-
congratulations to them.
Thank you. And it was a bit of a
Bit of a shotgun wedding, if you ask me.
bit of a shotgun wedding. So
That's a
What's
word
a-
that exists.
What's a
that
shotgun?
It was a sudden and
It-
it was a bit of an unexpected affair.
yes,
It was
there
a
we
bit
go.
of a short and loud lightning gun wedding.
At this point, Mrs. Mrs. like, you know, it's like, and like my own people have their own sort of traditions, but my best friend has married into a Sithani family, and I was wondering what kind of gift would be appropriate for a wedding.
Ah, well, the most appropriate gift to give to a Sithani individual, especially if they're from a recognizable enough clan, would be to give them something associated with the god their clan draws fealty to. Do you know what clan your beloved's, or what god your beloved's clan falls into?
Death, right?
Shariah.
You know,
Or Shayera, my bad.
we believe it's Shire.
Shayara,
I'm not
yes,
sure,
you're
but
right.
like, we
Shayera
believe
Hall.
it's Shire. We're not sure.
A worshipper of the Sullen Maiden? Huh. Yes, you've certainly had a friend of yours fall in with an interesting character. Those who worship Shayara are difficult when it comes to gift giving. There are a few key symbols important to the faith. He kind of begins to dig through some things. He pulls out, the first is sort of a large necklace of sort of onyx black beads. There are these deep blue feather-like things hanging down off of sort of a pendant in the middle of it. And he says, color-wise, most Shayaran worshippers simply take the blackest or darkest color they can find. It's the best you can offer in terms of worshipping the void or the goddess of the void. However, and he plucks off one of the feathers and just says, this creature right here, it's a bird you don't often find growing in, or you find living in most places around here, unless you get lucky. But to have a bushel of its feathers, not one, but a bushel, is said to grant one protection from a painful death.
And which bird would this be? If it's, you know, asking curious.
He just says, From what I understand, it can only really be found in some of the highest peaks of the southern mountains.
Peaks in the mountains. Interesting.
We'll be down that way some point, right?
Yeah.
He says, I'd sell you this one, but, well, it's a commission.
Fair enough. Okay. But like, so I'm guessing like wedding gifts would be things like necklaces or pendants.
Typically something a bit more permanent, a trinket, a pendant, something that they can keep on them and either wear or have in their home for a while, such as to remember the gift giver by. But that's not sort of necessarily a hard and fast rule. A cousin of mine once brought a feast to his friend's wedding.
Ah, interesting.
The symbology is more the thing, it seems.
Apparently.
Great. And so, Mit's feeling very appreciative of this is going to like look through their trinkets and wear, see if there's anything that they can use for like adorn it. Because Mitz is still working on like a headdress gift, and so bring a plate of squidding pasta.
I hate you so much.
A feast in black.
Well, like, but like Mitz is gonna specifically look for like, cause Mitz doesn't have dark colored feathers, right? Like they only have bright colored feathers. So they're gonna look for like, dark colored beads, like those kind of trinkets that they can sort of like weave into like a headdress.
Yeah, you can definitely pretty easily find probably whatever kind of simple like reagents you're looking for, like whether it be beads or like like even like a setting or a facing and like in like whatever dark colors you want. You can probably pretty easily find all of that for around, I'd say probably like 6 or so gold. It's not too much. You're buying supplies, not like actual built crafts, so it's not as much money.
Okay. Well, so Mitz is gonna like go and actually like buy this from the merchant,
Yeah.
and
And he just hands it off to you and just says, "Word to the wise, you take your time with whatever it is you work on. A gift for a loved one's bonding is a testament to one's soul. The thing you give reflects not just on the way you feel about this friend, but on yourself."
it's like we share. It's like then we share the same thoughts on gift giving.
Well. Again, pass on my congrats to your friend, please.
It's like, thank you. I'm sure they will appreciate it. And
Yeah.
I guess
anytime.
I mean Mitz is done here, so
Boy's gonna like crawl out from under net and say, in that case, do you happen to have any jet black stone or bones?
He does some digging, and he pulls out just like it's a chiseled kind of like arm bone from some kind of creature, been kind of filed down a bit, but not necessarily like broken or damaged, but it has definitely been scorched. And he says, "I would tell you where I found this, but I think it might unnerve you. Nonetheless, it's a bone and it's pitch black.
How much do you want for it?
Frankly, I just don't have a need for it. No one seems to want to buy it. It's yours if you want it."
I'll take it.
And he kind of just chucks it over to you.
Perfect for him.
Perfect.
It doesn't look scorched and have signs of blade marks, does it?
Nope, just scorched though. It definitely looks scorched. Like it was like it, but it looks like scorched. It's almost like, even though there definitely aren't any around this time, it looks like someone just like held this bone under a flamethrower for an hour or two. Like it's pitch
like maybe
black.
if Mitz had like taken a fireball, concentrated it really hard, and burned someone alive with it.
Yeah, it's
Can I learn anything about like the beast it came from or what happened to the bone just based off like inspecting it?
Yes, but it will definitely take some time.
Okay, cool.
Also,
I
he
guess-
can just.
Yeah, I mean Mitz is gonna like,
Yeah,
just
time
part
for,
parting greeting and
Yeah, time for some scouts.
yeah. Do we want to go pick up our communication device first?
Oh,
Like,
Yeah.
yeah, the
He
The
might
shell.
need it though.
The
Like
conch.
he doesn't
our
have
shell
one.
phone.
Our magic conch.
This shell
what's a phone?
What's a phone?
Mitz is just gonna be like, oh, it's a. We've had some developments in back home. They're communicate devices.
They've got
Forbidden
technology.
Okay. I
That's
mean,
what they call sending stones. Is just a phone. For
Yeah,
no
like
Sure.
they're in the
Yeah.
works, but they explode more often than not. Unfortunately.
It just got phones in the Coatl folk jungle. Just
For no
fucking
reason.
telegram lines. Just, hello? Hello?
not even that. There's just like phone booths in the middle of the jungle.
But you have to be careful when you make a call because if you're unlucky, it'll explode.
All right, okay, all right. I'm sorry.
Light on fire.
Enough memeing. Okay, so
Enough silliness.
you head back towards the tavern, and surprisingly enough, as you head back towards your room, you can still hear shouting. And as you go to open the door, you just hear again, colored over with like that bubbly sound. Just, you stupid, ignorant, unconsiderate moron. He's just like, yes, Nikali, I know, I'm sorry.
This is gonna be like knock on the door and be like, is this a bad time?
The door opens, and as you come in, she just immediately as you come in, there's actually no immediate response. They're kind of just still bantering back and forth. Nikali says something along the lines of just like, you were being reckless, trying to get involved in things that you shouldn't have, and that's why you got people killed. And Josh is just like, you actually kind of hear him perk back up and snap back out and just said, I did what I thought was right to keep you and everybody else safe. If that platoon made it anywhere near our base, we'd all be dead right now. So frankly, I'd appreciate a bit more consideration for the things I tried to do to keep you alive. They bicker back and forth for a while, for about 30 or so seconds. And after there's some back and forth, and you can just hear them getting louder and louder. Eventually, you just hear Jasha say very loudly, "Stop screaming at me!" And she just says, "I'm sorry!" And you see her kind of just cut her eyes away from him very quickly. And then Joshua looks over and says, "Oh, you all are back fast." He then puts the shell away so the call ends and just says, "Here, I got all I needed."
I guess Mist will take it. Take.
Yeah,
Okay.
sorry for any trouble that I might have caused us.
No, it's Nikali's overprotective. It's just her nature.
Like
Okay.
Mist is like, well, it seems it's entirely understandable. And I guess Mitz is gonna write down some of the info of the gossip that he got from the rumors. Write it down. Pass it over to Joshua. And it's like, this is what we learned today. Also, you guys might have pissed off a couple of the farmers here.
Yeah, I've been piecing together my memory from the last few nights over the few hours I've been sitting here nursing this headache, and I'm pretty sure we've done a lot of really dumb shit. Which is why the moment you guys get out of this town, I'm gonna start laying low. Actually, laying low, not drinking my pain away.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah. Okay.
In your room, you could do both at once. I'm just saying.
You're not entirely wrong, I suppose. Any case, these rumors seem insanely accurate. Did you speak to Taba?
Thanks,
Mitz-
man. I don't know.
Not sure about any kind of names, but
Savani, woman,
Seems weird
bigger,
to ask,
kind of scarred, sits in town a lot, imposing
Yes.
aura.
Yes.
Sounds like our
Yeah.
lady.
That's a yes.
has some very impressively good information on rumors and gossip.
Kind of face that says,
If so, yes.
kind of face that says, I want and I'm going to punch you. Yeah, that's her.
Mitz at this point is a little confused because Mitz is like, wait, there wasn't really quite a face on wanting to punch someone. Actually, at this point,
I think he
Mitz kind
thought you were
of
cute.
actually, they were kind of pretty nice. Actually, they're pretty nice actually.
Taba? Nice?
They thought he was
That
cute.
was cute.
He looks and just says, your luck is divine. She thought I was
Yeah.
cute for a bit, too. I'm still healing the scars.
Well, hopefully we won't be around long enough for it to come to that.
Alright, besides my traumas. Anyway. Was there anything else important you found out?
Besides all those.
So that's what we got from besides what we got from Tava? Question mark.
Yes, besides what you got from her.
Nothing really. Just that you and Ploy owe a farmer a pig.
Yeah,
I paid him back for that.
He
Don't
did pay
worry.
back for that.
fair enough. Yes, we certainly caused a bit of a ruckus. Maybe it's best if we all make ourselves scarce around here before we cause any more controversy. Like I said, that slave market's still... It's still on its way. I've been talking to Nikali for a bit, checking in with some other agents who were in the area and gathering some intel. I can't confirm just yet, but... Well, it's a good thing your bard friend isn't here just now, but if you're gonna come back for the slave market, you might as well know this so you can tell her. The slave caravan is being led by the Emir of Wadal personally. Salim al-Draisi will be
Is it?
here.
Hmm.
It's gonna be
Fucker.
for her, but that's excellent for us, right?
Well,
We
Well,
can get some payback for the whole 50 feet in the air thing.
Probably at some point.
Hmm.
For right now,
at
it's
some
best
point,
if
yeah.
you remember, we keep a low profile, which means I don't care if you are literally sniffing his ass. You do nothing until the moment is right.
Oh, that's fair.
I can agree with
fine. Mitsu looks a little frustrated and like he really wants to stab something, but
We'll find something to stab. Don't you worry.
Trust me, I get your frustration. Salim's a... There are words I don't like using in front of proper company. Regardless of the case, I'll do what I can to gather info and ensure that when we do strike out at this caravan, it's a big enough blow that it not only hurts, but pisses him off. That's my job. Yours is finding those scouts for now. Get moving.
all right. Okay. Mitz is ready to go. Mitz is raring to stab something.
that. Yeah, let's get going.
Well, okay, Mitz can't really stab anything because they've got a big ass quarterstaff, but
It's
you
fine.
know, bludgeoning things to death
Yeah.
is also works.
Damage works.
Yeah, you guys get going. I'm gonna head into town for a bit. See if I can't find a good bushel of flowers or something on sale.
Flowers? What for?
Mind your business. Anyway,
Okay.
Mind your business.
Okay.
and
Okay,
with
then.
that, he will sort of exit the
Let's
room
wait.
and begin making his way. You can if you listen
Yeah,
very
head
closely,
up.
you can just hear him mumbling, just, God, freaking confounded woman.
I see.
Now,
Okay,
is it
then.
on,
For Tava or
Nikali
Nikali?
Asha?
Yeah. Well,
Hey, we said the same thing.
Well, Mitz is gonna hand the
Great
the
minds.
conch shell back over to Mako.
Just
Alright.
Seems like a very good place to keep it.
here to put it back in your,
Our
in
most
your
secure
chest.
location.
I mean, he's the rogue. He knows how
is
to
that
hide.
where you're keeping that?
Yep.
Hey.
Man, remind me never to hold that again.
It's an empty.
It's armor.
It's the principle
It's
that
empty
matters.
You think-
inside.
It's the principle of the matter. That's been inside you.
Mitz
I
is
think
just
what-
like,
yeah, like a
I don't
knife
see a problem
This
here.
knife has been inside me. I've stabbed myself more than a few times on accident. It's fine.
With the shell?
No, he holds up his knife. It's like, it's my grandpa's knife. It hurt.
I mean, it's different.
Hey,
I
can
point to one of
can we-
Mitz's
can we-
feathercrafts and say,
we-
those have been inside him.
Hey, can we
Technically.
just GM Fiat real here and just stop describing things as being inside people, please? I would really appreciate if we just
Yeah,
stopped.
yeah, okay.
If we just put a solid.
Yeah, let's just go back to talking about beating meat. That's GM approved.
Stop it.
That was-
We're done. We're going.
All right.
I think
We're
we're just
going.
having this
We're
conversation
going.
as we're leaving the room. I was
All
like,
right.
yeah, I don't
So,
see
yeah.
a difference.
You get yourselves back onto the travel map, as it were. The mission still being to investigate this camp of missing scouts. Are you headed
Yep.
back out?
Yeah.
All right. It's
Yeah.
about. It's been about because you entered into town pretty early in the day, and you weren't doing too much talking or hanging around. It's probably about midday ish. So you were gonna head out, and I can go ahead and let you keep the last day's weather rolls, to be honest. So you end up pretty honest. It's decently hot, but not too bad. Enough that you can still travel pretty succinctly without causing too much of a commotion. You make your way for a bit, covering to about here-ish. When you get to about here and decide to make camp for the evening,
Where?
yeah, right about there-ish.
Okay, gotcha.
You start to make
Gotcha.
camp for the evening and sort of try to get a little bit of rest. Whoopsies, my bad. But as you're getting this rest, I just want to know: is there anything you guys talk about around the horn, around the campfire as the evening takes you? Any
I
important?
know Wolf
conversations
would
you have?
mention the raptors to Ploy, and I think if he prepared meat, he skinned at least one of them, or at least to the best of his abilities. And he's like, yeah, they were like the size of chickens, but meaner?
That sounds Exciting.
Chickens
Oh,
are pretty
man.
mean.
Yeah, they taste all right.
I mean, to be
Small
fair,
amount of jerky.
aren't dinosaurs just mean chickens anyway?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wolf doesn't know what a dinosaur is. He just knows there's giant lizards around sometimes.
Yeah. That
Meanwhile,
sounds, man.
Yeah, we
Can't believe I
travel
missed
with
that.
them.
Like,
Actually, Wolf would know what a dinosaur is. The only intelligence skill he has is in nature. That's the only one.
well,
Yeah,
yeah,
I'm just gonna like casually start, or like while chatting, just like experimenting with this jet black bone and trying to figure out what it is and how he can use it and what it came from.
Mitz is
You're making a
gonna.
wedding gift, right? It's jet black. That's the
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you know what they say, a gift is, you know, from the heart, and you know, I'm me, so I thought I might as well present my finest work, a jet black javelin.
Aw, that's cute.
All right. Did we ever?
Yeah.
Did we ever tell you what happened?
He's just been here operating off of the things we said of like, oh, Sonari's getting married. I think we mentioned the god thing though already,
yeah,
right?
yeah. You guys did mention that Zanari is married to a god, so maybe they might not appreciate a javelin made by a mortal, but
It's
I'll,
the
I'll
thought
do
that
my
counts, right?
best.
They're gonna. Mitz at this point is like, they're going to appreciate our hard work, or else. And like, Mitz is still miffed at the fact
Take
that
whatever
like this
fucking gift I give.
that this goddess had just like basically forced Z into a marriage without like any sort of like consent, and is like teeth grinding at like a little bit, and it's just like but like is also like working very hard on like this headdress, and like pulling out like really complicated patterns, and like flipping over through like Ng's pages like trying to look for like various ceremonial patterns.
Mm-hmm.
Fair enough. So,
I think Wolf in his broken way explains to Ploy exactly what happened play by play, but he's like, oh yeah, there's a big guardian thing, but it was like mostly ghostly, so I was like, I don't really want to fight that. And she like went unconscious for a minute and suddenly had a ring, and like the cliff notes.
and yeah, just the Spark Notes version of it.
Yeah.
And then God.
So, you know, it's a little
Yeah.
He's like,
Blaze
oh,
is
by the way, we're
I-
probably gonna have a little kid with us too.
Oh yeah, there was a small child. They were very agile. I was impressed.
It's a very small, agile child.
Okay. Doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but I'll take your word for it. I mean, I'm gonna be honest, it sounds like something that would happen to Z. I mean, considering the stuff we've been through and the stuff that Z has said, nothing surprises me anymore. So
It's her.
I'm just going with the flow, making a wedding gift. Just doing my best.
All right. So the night passes pretty uneventfully. You know, you managed to spend a quiet evening out amongst the dunes. Which reminds me, I'm gonna switch the music over so we're no longer in some
In town.
in town.
Town.
Yeah, there we go. Back over to the walk-in. Even lower the music some. Focus on those walking sounds.
Ooh, but that guitar though.
It's a good guitar.
though.
It's a good guitar. I'm a big fan of this song.
This is a guitar? Hold on, what?
You hear the music?
He
hear
made
the
it real
music.
low, like.
Oh yeah. I can
Oh, it's only on the left.
Oh, yeah.
That explains it.
I told you. It traveled. It got. Anyway, point being, thank you, Seriousscape. Shout out Seriousscape for our new audio experience. I appreciate that. Anyway,
It's so good.
so you get traveling on the road. It's the next day. The dawn crests over the large dune hills, and you begin to make your way back south. I would appreciate if my dearest friends, Wolf, how about you give me a D20 right now? Mitz, you give me a D8. Ploy and Mako each give me a D6.
Oh, I have the D20. All right.
Yes.
Yep.
At least 3 is a magic number.
Oh no.
Uh
Mmm.
oh.
Mmm.
Wolf, why?
His life is
Okay.
pain.
So. Okay. Okay. So. Today.
I don't like the number of bouquets here.
So, today starts off as a pretty moderate day. Wind kind of picks up and crests the dunes as you begin to head back in towards deeper, higher duned areas, similar to where you were coming out of when you first were moving. You make really good progress today. You're able to kind of these high dune walls as like a shadow path to kind of keep to the less lit areas and kind of keep yourself out of the worst of the heat. You manage to travel and make decently good pace as you're traveling, and it isn't until about not decently far into the day, maybe about an hour or so before the sun finally crests back over the other side of the horizon to dip into nighttime, that you've noticed up in front of you is a caravan. A group of individuals, all riding, there's raptors, you can kind of tell by the silhouettes of them. There's about 7 total, 1 at the head, and then 6 sort of in 3 on each side flanking this middle individual. They appear to be making a pretty solid pace and traveling east that way.
Okay.
And they're kind of like on a path that will see them definitely intercept you, or like you intercept them, but they haven't seemed to like notice you yet.
Huh.
They look hostile.
If you want an insight check, I'll accept that.
Wow.
So
Alright.
the 6 on the outskirts, you can see slung over their backs. They have large, sort of Jatalang style weapons. You are almost certain you recognize them from the Torvala you encountered in Wadal. The individual in the middle is not armed. They don't appear to have any weapon or anything on them. But you notice that their clothing, their vestments, definitely appear far finer than any of the others.
Right, it's a noble.
We need to hide.
Yeah.
Definitely agree. But is there a way we could hide so that we could ambush them, or do we want them to go past? Those are 2 different kinds of hiding.
I don't think we've.
We really want to get into a fight with Torvali right now. I mean, I know Wolf. He always wants to get into a fight.
I was about to say, Wolf? Of course he does.
It's like, Wolf, yes.
I mean,
Mitz,
He just understands that he isn't the one who should make that decision.
Yeah, I'm
Remember
a
why
hunter,
we're here.
not a trapper, so
This is true.
I don't think we have any expertise in setting traps.
yeah,
Can we... I'm wondering if one of us who's stealthier, so probably Mako, gets close enough just to maybe see what's in there. If it's something extremely important in this caravan, we may want to.
Oh, like,
something
I mean,
about this
there isn't like, they don't have any like wagons with them. It's just these 7 people traveling.
Oh, it's just... Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. You may be right.
I mean,
yeah.
we
We're
could try to,
targeted
like,
the Emir. We don't
We
want
do
to
also-
make too much noise before then.
We do also have a task.
Yeah.
Yeah. And getting into a fight
Right.
won't help us with that.
Wolf's plan is to get behind a dune and bury himself in the sand quickly.
Yep.
Is that what everybody's doing? Are we all just digging holes in
Mako
the
is
sand?
attempting to
Floyd's gonna
camouflage himself
do the same
through
thing.
a less ridiculous means.
All right. So
Because Wolf's got survival or stealth? I don't
Keeping
know.
a
Yeah,
safe
I'll-
distance.
Yeah,
from the
Floyd's
rest.
also
all right, I will
some
take
knowledge.
either survival or stealth. Just know if you go with a non-stealth skill, it might be a higher DC.
I
okay.
have good stealth. Wolf would be also willing to help anyone who might need it if he doesn't roll well.
I might
I
need
mean,
help.
so like, I mean, what Mitz kind of wants to do though
Okay.
is like,
Yeah.
so like, they don't really have that much they could do, but like we could either pull off what we did with the sandstorm and shape water an entrance on top and like bury sand on top, right? If we could quickly
Too
dig
slow.
that.
Do we have an illusion? Real quick, come on.
Yes, and Mitz can also put Mitz has prestidigitation, which isn't really much of an illusion, but it's
It's not going to do the same. I think we just rolled to be in
hide.
dirt as best we got.
We
at this
just
point.
hide. We don't have time. We hide.
okay.
Unless
Mitz
it's a
is
broader
Right.
illusion of some kind.
okay.
We
So
hide.
Mitz is gonna do that, and since like Mako seems to not be doing too well with the stealth, is going to cast polymorph on Mako, and turn him into a
Small desert lizard?
small desert lizard.
All right,
Cast
well,
it.
roll your
Stealth, which is not
roll
gonna.
yourself.
Yeah, roll your own stealth.
Just,
Do you want to keep?
no.
Are you still casting polymorph then?
on
Mako.
Mako. Yes.
Or yourself.
Cast it on
Or
your.
on you know what? Yeah, Mitz is gonna cast polymorph on themselves and turn into a small tiny lizard.
Okay. Give me 1 second then, real quick, if you don't mind. Okay. So, Ploy and Wolf, you two. Well, Ploy, you as a lizard, like you and Net, just like dig yourselves, just like squirm yourselves into this into a dune. Like, there's like there's a brief bit where there's like a little bit like of like Net's tail exposed. So he's just like, oh no, and like tucks it in. You two are just invisible. No way you guys can be seen. Wolf, you're like halfway in when this happens.
He tries to do the same thing.
Yeah, you're like halfway in there. Like you're definitely buried in there, but like just your upper body for the most part. Mitz, what do you polymorph into?
Small desert lizard.
You are a small lizard, and you don't seem to be noticed by any of the individuals. Mako, unfortunately, you, however,
Don't have the weight to get into the sand.
yeah, you're seen there, just kind of by yourself, as you're kind of like moving some sand. This group comes up, begins to walk past you, and the individual at the middle holds up a hand. The other six all stop, and they're just like, they kind of just turn over and look. They look over and say, "Hail, adventurer! Did you lose something?"
Yes, I dropped some gold pieces around here. I'd rather not part with them, so I'm attempting to find them.
The middle raptor begins to move a bit closer to you, with some individuals flanking you. You are now close enough that you can see pretty cleanly the individual who is facing you. They have on this very, very fine, sort of almost like stone-toned robe. Like it's like a very, very light gray. They're Sethani, and it's hard to tell because, well, given that they're reptilian, they don't exactly grow hair much. But you can almost sense an elderliness in this individual's sort of face, as he just seems like very, very sage and sort of wizened with some wrinkles around the eyes and some sort of deeper lines in the scales. Definitely signs of someone who's lived for a little bit. Maybe not super duper long though. And he just kind of comes up to you and says, "These sand can swallow more things than they are worth finding. I'm sad to say that if you are looking for a few gold pieces, you may be searching these dunes for days, friend. We can't have you out here like that. You'll die of thirst." He reaches behind him, into a pouch on the side of his raptor, pulls out just a handful of coins, and just extends it out to you. Just, please.
You have my thanks.
Thank not me. Thank the city of Mirkal. I am simply an extension of my people, and as you are a member, and as you are one of Zor'aa, you are one of my people.
Should I ever visit your city, I will be sure to speak well of you.
You
Be
certainly
well
not,
on your
friend.
travels.
You have no need to. I'm rather well known around it. I take it you aren't from these parts, then?
I am not.
Silence! Then say another word. Cousin dictates that before anything else, it's important that I make mention of who I am first. A pleasure to introduce yourself. I am called Naila Al-Jasata, Emir of Mirkal.
It is an honor to meet you, Your Eminence. I apologize, I am not versed in the proper terms of reverence. However, I have heard the title Emir before and know it to be of the highest power
Save
or
yourself.
authority.
Some of my more contemporaries are a bit more posh and concerned with their
You should
status.
introduce yourself.
I'm a bit more, let's say that I carry my weight in my reputation. I don't necessarily need to have status or formality applied to me. The people of my domain respect me because they love me, and love me because I am good to them.
I would love to visit sometime. I'll have to venture that way in that direction on my travels.
Certainly. And your name, young adventurer?
Demorist, Your
Demorist.
Eminence.
Certainly not a name from around here at all. Well, Master Demorist, should you find yourself in Mirkal, make your way to the Emir's palace. I'm certain I can't find some way to spare a minute or so for a greeting or a casual chat. Failing that, maybe I can arrange a tour of my city for you.
That would be delightful. I look forward to our eventual reunion.
Indeed.
May you be well on your travels.
And you as well. For now, the wiles of diplomacy call me. And he begins to sort of gather his party again, and they begin to continue to make their way east.
Best of luck.
And they are pretty quickly out of no longer focusing you guys. So you can come back up if you want.
Wolf's head pops out of the sand. It's like, I was extremely expecting you to pick my pocket while I was in there. Be like, oh, found it.
Yoink!
Yeah, if he hadn't offered that gold, so Ploy and Net's heads pop out. Just their heads, by the way. And Ploy says, "Yeah, I was halfway to tapping your foot with a coin, but he just gave you money for some reason. That was weird. Also, what are the odds of us meeting in a mirror, just out in the desert, randomly?"
Maybe they're not all bad.
I'd say like 1 in 20.
I was also gonna say about 1 in 20.
Like,
Mitz is still a small lizard. Mitz is still a small lizard and does not appear to understand anything that you guys just said.
Oh wait, he cannot do the polymorph. Oh no!
Oh no! Ploy's gonna pick up.
Try and player can.
Yeah, Ploy's gonna
Get better
pick
animal
up
handling.
the lizard that is Mitz and just like put Mitz on his shoulder and be like,
You can drop it whenever you want, though, right?
there's 3 of us now, I
Now we
guess.
got even more
until-
lizards.
until this changes back.
Forget furry gang, we're
honestly,
scaly gang.
Honestly, this is just much smaller Mitts without feathers at this point.
Low key, a little bit.
Yeah.
It also only lasts for an hour, so Mitz will be back.
I'm pretty sure you can drop it whenever you need to, though, right?
It's concentration, so I mean,
yeah, probably. You can drop
You
concentration
know-
on the
Yeah.
whenever you want, yeah. That's the thing.
Okay. Well, I mean, but like Mitz also has the intelligence of a small lizard right now.
Well, anyway, you guys make it to about here before the sun begins to crest behind the horizon fully. As the curtain of stars paints the night, Mitz finally pops back up full size onto Ploy's shoulders. I'm assuming you both fall over in some hilariously comical fashion. And it's nighttime, and you can assemble your camp for the evening. While you're assembling your camp for the evening, I would like it to know if there's anything special anyone would like to do this evening. Anything important, like going out scouting, foraging for food, checking on some stuff, reading a thing.
How was
I know. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I mean, obviously it's a desert, but what's the environment like? Is it pretty similar to what we've been through the past day or so?
Mostly, it's decently dune-ish. There are certainly packets of the sort of like grass, small packets of savanna grass here or there, but I wouldn't call that like verdant or anything like that. But definitely not the most desolate desert you've walked through around here.
Okay. In that case, just to be safe, because it's been a while since we've encountered anything, Ploy's gonna use a level 2 spell slot to what's it called? Use primeval awareness, just to check to see if there's anything within a mile. Or actually, sorry, 6 miles, because I'm in favorite terrain.
Primeval awareness lets you detect what again, exactly?
Sense whether the following types of creatures are present: aberrations, celestials, dragons, elementals, fae, fiends, and undead.
For 6 miles, you said?
Good check, but like
6 miles.
So, you are not aware of anything too immediately as the night begins, but as you kind of reach out farther into the, into the desert to kind of check and see what you can make yourself aware of, you do notice this strange. It's not exactly Fae-like, because you felt the Fae before. They're sort of tied to the wild magics, and it's similar, but not the same. And there are just sort of small pockets of it here or there out throughout the desert in that 6 mile radius. Nothing threatening or that you immediately recognize as like, oh, this thing's coming to kill me. But there's definitely some less than mundane creatures out there. Just a few here or there. Other than that, assuming this thing works in like a sphere and not in like a circle, you're probably picking up a couple of. I mean, I don't think it would say that, but you're probably picking up a couple of fragmented undead signatures from down below you somewhere. Just like a couple random undead here or there, just thrown around because dungeons and tombs and shit happens.
Wow, actually, that's quite cool that you could find that.
Seems fairly safe for now, guys. There might be some undead, but we're in the desert. I'm sure there's a tomb
Like
somewhere
many
around
miles
here.
below us.
Yeah. And there's some weird Fey type thing. I couldn't
Well, I
get a
imagine
sense
wild
of...
places have little pockets of that all over the place.
Yeah. I would say, given the universe I've built, and you guys would know this, like, yeah, that's not uncommon. It's not uncommon for like small pockets of like Fey similar essence to appear in places,
Yeah. So it seems like just business as usual. Nothing crazy going on.
I think in the afternoon, Mako is mentioned, and Wolf is down for it, trying to learn like how to wield two weapons at once, which is an interesting prospect for Wolf because he's not really super good at it, but he sort of started training in that as a kid. And so I think he'd go to Mako's like, so we need to figure out how you can use both knives more effectively at once.
Yeah, you can
Yes.
double knife.
I thought your claws might provide some form of inspiration.
Possibly. I think Wolf would have the two hand axes. My older sister taught me everything about fighting and attempted to teach me more traditional two-weapon fighting. I think maybe if we put some effort into it, I can sort of rekindle some of those teachings. Maybe we can develop something on our own.
Very well.
So yeah, it'd be like just some sparring. I think Wolf might even just be completely unhanded at first. I mean, he still does a D4 of punching regardless, so...
Yeah, so I'll say you two could engage in some light sparring, just kind of like get a feel for each other's like combat styles and things like that. And we'll talk more about the mechanics of you guys actually like teach each other
Training
fighting
in it?
styles in a little bit. We'll talk about that at some point. But yeah, I'd say you guys can
This is
definitely
just the start of it.
yeah, you guys can definitely begin that process of like some light sparring, just like simple drills, stuff like that. Kind of just like trying to get a handle on each other's feels and things like that. Is there anything else you guys wanted to take care of or look at or do this evening?
I mean, like, Z took the journal with her, so Mitz can't exactly study that.
Sure reason.
And there's no arcane, like, I'm pretty sure the fireball scroll that we found was already dropped, and also Mitz already knows fireball. The most they do is like learn how to do it in like the Sathani matrices version of it, but like I'm pretty sure that's already been lost. So
Yeah.
it's just like well, there's no secrets to study. There's no magic to study.
I'm
So
bored.
they're just gonna keep like so they're like okay, we don't really want to continue working in the headdress because it's already been a day, right? So they're gonna start working on like a nice like I guess shoulder epaulettes, right? Like so like feathery design, right? Like nice nice comfortable like I guess some kind of like leather, right, for like draping over like and then like and they're thinking on like should we include a half cape or not?
Gonna make this fancy as shit. Wow, all right.
Hey, you're working on it. You get into
Look,
it.
Mitz has literally nothing else to do.
Yeah.
Alright.
Chloe's just gonna keep working on the javelin.
Yeah, so
Just try to make it as best as possible.
another evening passes, but Ploy, you definitely notice as you're like looking at this bone that you have. Again, it's charred black. Like as you kind of you would almost the point like you expect to like pull soot away as you kind of like drag your fingers across it. But strangely enough, where normally applying so much heat to bone to turn it literally black would normally make it brittle enough that like it would crumble in your fingers, it appears like whatever heat burned this bone was so hot it damn near crystallized it.
Ooh.
Hey,
Whoa.
You're also pretty certain, just by the way bones tend to work, this thing definitely came off some kind of like, well, just a pretty bog standard beast, a reptilian beast of some kind, probably by the skeleton you can tell. And you're also definitely certain that based on like how much damage is still present on the bone given from the flame, you're certain that bone still had some flesh around it when this happened. Otherwise, it wouldn't have survived the burning process. No real indication on where in the hell this merchant would have gotten this bone, or you're almost pretty certain that the merchant himself definitely didn't do this on his own. There's no way. But something effectively just torched whatever creature had this bone originally.
Ooh. Wait,
Okay.
wait. Can Mitz try to check to see if like this was a magical flame or not? Because now that's interesting.
Sure. Give me Arcana roll.
Okay, because that's interesting now. 17.
I'm gonna give you the advantage on that, only because I need that 23 because it's very important to get that 23.
Okay.
So Mitz, no, the flame that scarred this bone isn't magical. It's celestial.
Well then.
Interesting.
Oh, also, do I have any idea what kind of animal it was? Or
It was definitely
Lizardish, right?
a lizard of some kind, some sort of reptilian creature, and big
Gotcha.
too, like probably a little bit bigger than that.
That's interesting. Is there like a difference between celestial fire and magical fire?
Mostly just in the way it feels. Like, you can tell that, like, where, like, this wasn't, like, a mage casting fireball. Like, this is much more primordial than that.
Right. So like if somebody had like just reached out with just like pure divine energy instead of
It's
like
like
a
if-
mixing.
Yeah, it's almost like as if somehow this creature, whatever it is, just took a real brief, and I mean very brief, walk on the plane of fire. Like, just real brief, somehow. Like, that's kind of how that feels to you. But of course, that makes no sense to you because how?
No,
not sure if
that's
that's gonna
You have a
make
hell of a
this
spell if you could.
a better gift or a worse gift.
Celestial is related.
It's
to
celestial
godhood, right?
touched. It is celestial fire touched. I mean, if we were presenting
God.
something to a god and their betrothed,
Not
I
bad.
guess we'll find out.
It's
I'll just
rare, and
treat
it's
it a
all
little more
black.
carefully, I
And
guess.
it is also very much dead.
Yeah.
2-4, so it's a twofer.
Yeah, and it's hot outside
Immediate.
too.
Wolf's immediate thought is more, if you could figure out how this thing died, that'd be a hell of a spell, right? Just momentary bath in the plane of fire. That sounds pretty cool.
That sounds pretty cool.
Mitz, you can definitely tell from the 23. Not a spell.
Ah,
yeah. So this wasn't exactly a spell. Just like I don't know, maybe celestial breath. Just
Maybe if you opened a
Okay.
door to the plane of fire and I held someone by their ankles and put them in and out, that's what would happen.
And everything
That's-
about their heel was
That's
Yeah, imagine
strangely brutal
Achilles.
metagaming.
This is how Wolf's brain thinks of like, yeah, I could always just shove it in there and then pull it back out if it's like hard to do.
Why would you?
Didn't even mean for that one. I'm sorry.
wait, what did you say?
Oh man.
Don't worry about it. You don't need to know.
Well. Anybody in the chat wanna go ahead and quote that?
I'm
Do it.
not gonna. I guess I just won't look at chat then.
Dan's doing it. Dan's doing it.
He sure is.
I guess I just won't look
I
at
can
chat
see
then.
him
I'm
doing
sorry,
it.
chat. If you have
Yes,
anything witty to
sure
say, I will
can
not be
do.
looking at it for the foreseeable future.
God
The
damn
fingers
it.
of the gods have
Okay.
gone to work.
So,
I'm so sorry.
okay, so celestial fire. Anyway, keep it going.
Okay. I mean, like,
On that
That
note,
was
I
really
think
cute.
I'm done for the night. To be honest, I'll see you all in the morning.
Yeah. The laughter definitely should be in game. Wolf's like, I didn't mean to say that. Whoops.
Yeah, just
Mitz
gonna.
has like confused look on face.
Don't worry about it.
Mitch
But-
is like, what's a sex?
What's a gender?
Everyone keeps talking about
Yeah.
this weird gender thing. I can't find gender anywhere around here.
well, it's a desert. Try
Uh,
a more verdant area.
Just look at somebody randomly. Excuse me, I'm trying to find my gender. Can you help?
I've been through the desert with a horse with no gender. good to be out on the range. Anyways,
Oh, man.
yeah, we go to bed. Sorry, we are
All right,
pulling
it's
this out way
okay.
too
Yup.
long.
We got this.
We're
I feel like we need to go to
Sleeping.
bed.
You head to the bed. You get some rest.
the
And then-
bed, the singular bed.
The singular.
Single bed.
Wolf is fine with a cuddle puddle. Honestly,
Time
it's
to
just too
shove
hot out
some
here.
stuff in and pull them out.
Nope. 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 Nope.
Ugh.
Anyway, the next day comes.
This is why we need Z. We need Z to keep everything under control.
He's the mature
Yeah.
adult.
He'd be,
here.
like,
It's a problem.
Dying on the floor right now.
Anyway, as you guys get back, as you wake up in the morning, you notice that the position of the dunes you were like the dune you crested under to like get some rest. It seems like it's been shaped a little bit differently now, and also there's like some sand kind of dusting over the top of your your canvas tents. You get the sense that maybe you slept through a sandstorm.
Mitz doesn't even wake up. It just like rolls over. Oh, sad. Goes back to sleep.
All right. Well,
Could have been worse.
Yeah,
Right?
obviously, it wasn't bad.
Yeah.
Wolf has to just all through his hair. Ah, no, I'm the one with hair here. Get sand out of it that never leaves ever.
Mitz is just
I
like,
hate-
hey, at least you don't have to pluck them. At least you don't have to preen yourself.
Sounds like Wolf hates sand.
That's fair.
Because it's coarse.
Yeah,
rough,
it's
'cause it gets
gets
everywhere.
everywhere.
But he's gonna like untangle his tail from like the furs that he keeps around his waist and like brush it. He's like,
Mitz is
Not happy
currently
with it.
preening
Anyways.
like the feathers and is just finding grains in like really hard to reach areas. It's just like, I hate everything.
Yep. Well, so
this is why God made forests. They're better to be in. Yeah.
Yeah.
you do
Mako
some.
wakes
yeah,
up extra shiny and burnished.
You do some. Oh, I
He's
I
got a
used
nice
spell.
sand polisher.
Shakes off my helmet and shakes out the sand.
So yeah, you do
No
some.
head.
You do some moving. The day is pretty standard. Weather's pretty chill. At this point, you're at the riverbank, so you get this sort of refreshing, sort of calm breeze of cool air that kind of just gently settles things in. You do some more traveling towards this camp. Lucky you guys. And thankfully, not much happens. It's a pretty straightforward, quiet ride. You don't really notice anything abnormal about the thing. You eventually start closing up on what you're pretty sure is the location of where the camp should be. It's hard because it probably wasn't super exact, but eventually you do find yourselves coming upon a camp.
Should we call Z and see if we can get some reinforcements later, or just like let her know that we're there?
We should let them know we're here, just as an update.
Yeah.
Mitz is gonna just like knock against like Mako's chest and be like, can I have the,
Please.
can I have the
Gimme! Gimme the thing!
Or
Flop. Thanks, Mako. And just Mitz is not entirely certain how they're supposed to activate it, but is just gonna hold it out and like poke it a few times.
Water begins to swirl and bubble up, and it creates the face of Nikale. Just, hello, friends. It's been a few days. So what do I owe the pleasure?
we've made the
Well-
camp, or found it.
Yeah, we found the scout's place.
Have you checked anything out yet, or are you just arriving?
We've only
Just
just
arrived.
We
arrived.
wanted,
Just wanted to check
we wanted
in.
to warn you in case we disappeared, so you would at least know that we found the camp and not that we vanished somewhere in the desert.
Huh. well,
Although employee looks like briefly into the camp, doesn't look too good.
what do you mean by not too good?
Well, there's not people here. for one.
I don't see people, and I also do see some blood splatters on the ground.
That can't be good. Go ahead and go looking
Yep.
around. Start gathering, seeing what you can find. If you see anything important, let me know. Was there some other reason you called, though?
Oh,
Wolf just
like
said
at
it
this
is quick uptake.
Yep,
No,
at this
sorry.
point. Oh, no. I mean, like, Mitz is okay with, like, Wolf continuing, but otherwise, like, he wants to check in with Z and how Z's doing, but if Z's not, like, okay, like, is Z doing okay? Is the kid doing okay? Right, like...
I
Yeah.
believe Zenari and young Ami are currently both going through a basic Sithani alphabet language with lesson with Lady Temin. They're predisposed. If you want my
Sounds like they're
advice,
okay,
your friend is dealing with, let's say, a great deal. It might be best to just offer her space for a little bit.
Fair enough. We'll, hopefully see them soon.
Indeed. After you handle that camp, it might be best that I see if I can't get you all back to camp. Ah, I see you must have stopped by in Boone. You have your lizard friend with you. Right. So, what's your plan then? I'm assuming you'll deal with the camp while you're here. Afterwards, are you headed back for Boone, or are you headed home?
Boom.
Maybe we well, there is looks like it's gonna be quite a bit of fanfare. Don't think we'll be able to if we head back to hideout, right? Like, and Mitz is talking out loud. It's like, is that gonna take too long? Because we do want to go in free. Well,
Wolf has an immediate answer, and Mitch is like, I don't know, maybe it is it. I think Wolf would just hand gently on the phone. We'll decide. We should probably check on the camp. But I'm saying Boone, personally.
Fair enough. Just, if Joshua's trying to rope you into a stupid plan about freeing the slavers, well, you'll hear more about it when you get back. You can decide for yourselves if that's what you want to do. For now, please just be safe.
you as well, and I guess
Alright, then.
Mitz will.
Yeah, and the call will kind of just end. And yeah, it's honestly on you guys now. I'm pretty sure you all should have control of your tokens, as it were. Oh, hey, hold up, wait a minute. I have to up a little bit, because somebody's here who should not be. Boop.
Oh.
Okay.
The memory of
Bye-bye.
the...
There you go. So the scene is yours. What I'd like you guys to do is just give me a rough idea of where you're going in the scene and what you're exploring and what you want to look for. I'll tell you what to roll and tell you what you find.
Okay.
I mean, I have a thing I could say about it. Wolf would probably, like, first do a run of the perimeter and just trying to sense any, like, smell anything that's good to smell and good to know, or find any specific tracks, that kind of thing. He wants to make sure we're not going to get attacked partway through.
Cool. Wolf, roll me survival, and we're going to come right back to you. I'll have to figure out what Bells is doing.
Yeah.
So, Ploy's gonna do his best to, like, stealth his way through the camp in order to not, like, be spotted by anything that could possibly be around.
Mako is also going to try and stealth, like, investigate the camp in a way that, and in as much as he can do without attracting any attention.
So then don't bother rolling me investigation. How about you both just roll me stealth real quick?
Can do.
Alright, Ploy, which area are you trying to look at? And Mako, which area are you trying to look at? Don't worry about your movement speed. It's not a big deal.
Yeah, just gonna go to here, this tent.
So, Ploy, you go up to check out that tent over there. You start to look, and the first thing you notice is just, again, the splatters of blood you notice are everywhere. There's a pack of rations and supplies, and what looks to be like a small short bow next to it. Doesn't look like it was maybe able to be picked up before whatever happened here. But as you open the tent, you'll notice that it looks to be a little roughed up, like there was some kind of scuffle in here. It's a large, high tent built up. It's meant to be a bit more permanent than just like, your standard backpacking tent you kind of like pick up, sleep in, and then get out of. It's a bit more of a permanent tent. But the sort of canvas walls are ripped a fair bit. Some of the hide is torn and damaged. You can even see there's an arrow or two in sort of like some of the side walls, in one of the side sort of flaps of this tent.
Facing in or facing out?
Facing in, like it's
Okay.
headed
Gotcha.
headed out.
Wait, so it's headed out of the tent?
It's like it's the head is like it looks like it was fire from the inside. Yes.
Okay, gotcha.
There you go. That's what I meant to say.
Interesting.
Mako, where are you
from
checking
inside
out?
the tent.
Mako's attention is drawn to these boats by the shore.
Okay.
Oh, great.
So as you come over to the
Ow.
boats, the first thing you notice is that there is absolutely, definitely, there are two boats there. There also appear to be like some small crates and things, as if there appear to be like some supplies that were being shuffled onto these boats, but were quickly had to be like either abandoned or let go of, or maybe they just weren't handled as carefully. The second thing you notice is that there appears to be some carving and some writing on the sides of the boats. And while you don't speak Sithani, you can definitely recognize at least some of the typography. Not this. Not at all.
Okay. Well, I mean, Mitz is gonna walk with Wolf around the perimeter and cast Detect Magic as a ritual using their
Cool.
using their ability. They can just.
So, yeah, go ahead and cast that for me real quick, Mitz.
I mean.
Oh yeah, you're right. So
Just kinda
Zor'aa-
happens.
It's just like it
It's
just
it's a ritual.
You're right. So
Of-
as you spend time to do that ritual, a couple of things happen in quick succession. Wolf, you're paroling around looking for things, kind of checking around for scents, tracks, and things. And Mitz, you're kind of casting your detect magic to pick up on the ambient sense of, on the sort of the ambient feel or sense of any magic. And you don't really pick up on much, Mitz. It's pretty chill. You get this, just like other than like general ambient magics from like the area. It seems pretty chill. There's definitely not necessarily any or too much magic being cast around here. Certainly not recently. Wolf, you notice hoof marks, and a lot of them. A good chunk of them going in circles around the camp.
Hmm. Okay. Anything that I can like smell or pick up other than probably horse?
Horse, but something a little bit more pungent than just your normal average horse.
Hmm.
But it's definitely horse.
Yeah.
And it is as you are doing this that Mako, you're kind of like checking out the sort of wreckage of the, checking out the wreckage here. And as you're doing that, you're kind of pulling on one of the oars, kind of like move it so you can kind of read some more of these scripts. You slip, and you drop one of these oars in the water. There's a
Oh, no.
splash, a loud splash, and in the distance, Wolf and Mitz, you both hear a light thundering.
Yeah, I don't think Wolf is one for subtlety and is rather acting quickly. And I think he would try to move to the side of the camp towards where the horses are. Like, what direction
This
are
way.
these
Over
this
here.
thundering
It's
sound?
coming from over here.
I'm
And
not
I'd say
seeing
you could
anything
probably
on
make
that.
it to about
I'm not seeing
here.
anything.
Oh,
Did you-
hold
Was it
up.
to the south?
Hold up. No, it's like here.
You're on the wrong
It's
layer,
coming from this
probably.
way, yeah, I got you. Coming from
Gotcha.
like this way.
So Wolf would just run over there,
I'd say
like
you make
draw
it about
axe, and
here.
Yeah,
When you
and he'd be yelling at the
notice-
time, "Horses!"
Does anybody else want to react and move somewhere? I'll let you guys move anywhere, just not past the line, the sort of like diagonal line Wolf creates going like this way.
We
So-
said Miz and Wolf were the only people who heard it, right?
Oh yeah, but Wolf just
Yeah.
yelled that there were
Wolf is
horses.
gonna yell.
Yeah.
Oh.
So if you all
Horses
want to react, you
are
certainly
coming.
can.
So up here by this rock is okay?
Probably yeah. I'd say it's okay.
Okay. So Ploy and Net are gonna run up here, and try to maintain stealth.
Okay.
Mako is gonna try and hide in these trees, or among these trees.
Okay. Give me 1 second.
He can flatten himself extra flat against the side of the trunk.
Yeah.
And I guess if possible, sorry, can I climb the rock and see if I can like see what's happening or like
Sure,
what's coming?
Of course, no problem.
right,
And then
cool.
Mitz, where are you, love? Are you back
Can
there
do
still?
that.
Still
I
back
mean,
there?
Mitz. So since
my God.
Wolf moved forward, Mitz is gonna try and hide in these trees. Hello?
He's in the middle
Just
of
as a
something.
guest.
Go right. Hi, goes Grandma.
Hey, thanks. Bye. Sorry, my mom.
So, how
Oh, we
tall
said
is
hi.
this?
She's good.
How tall is this tree here?
Probably about 10, 15, 20 feet total.
Interesting. Well, Mitz is gonna climb up and hide in these trees.
That's fine. Go for it. Give me athletics checks. Also, I'll be right back. Give me 1 second.
I like how we all decided to hide, and Wolf was just like, "It's me."
Not you.
That's his job. He
Seems
is
very
the
on
beefy
brand.
That is
boy.
also true. It is very
Oh,
on brand.
Mitz is not gonna do very well.
Sorry,
Three.
I'm back. Anyway.
See this.
Well,
Mitz is not gonna do very well.
Oh.
Mitz is not strong.
Yeah, Mitz, you don't necessarily make it too far, before, like, you make it, like, maybe, like, a couple of feet into the tree, you're still pretty plainly visible in this tree, when suddenly, the thundering grows louder and louder, and these 4 individuals show up over the horizon. They are riding in a loose sort of pack. Each 3 of them have sort of bundles of rope behind them, which they are dragging, and you can see a couple of individuals being held in bondage, being dragged behind them. All of them Sathani.
So slavers is what we're
Oh.
Not
talking.
clear. Did
Not necessarily.
Zastani have
Not
blue
clear.
cloaks?
One of them does, yes.
And how far away are they?
What, these guys? They're right here.
Okay, okay,
On the map.
gotcha.
Wolf wants to roll. I want to roll insight on something.
Go for it.
Wolf only knows 2 languages. He knows Common and Druidic.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any chance that they know Druidic? Would he know anything about these centaurs, or be able to glean something off of them? I don't know.
Shout at them.
You yell out just like a basic like greeting in Druidic, just like, "Hey!" Just see it for a reaction. And like,
Sup?
one of them cocks an eyebrow at you, but doesn't respond. He says something back, and then he kind of stops and just says, "Your version of our tongue is base and backwards, but we speak the common tongue."
Wolf would have like axe to his side. He's not like wielding it. Shield maybe a little more ready. He doesn't want to look threatening. He's, well, hail. My name is Wolf.
Hail! If you've come to pick this, if you come to grab scraps from this place, we've picked it clean already.
That's not really our intention.
Then you come to settle these
We're-
lands this close to our borders.
No, we had some friends that were simply looking at the area that have gone missing, and we're hoping to find them.
Were your friends staying here?
Possibly. We're still trying to figure that out.
He, the sort of this one right here was in the lead, kind of thumbs his head a bit, and this one here kind of comes up with his bundle of cloth, with his bundle of rope. He pulls it up so it's kind of the individual who's kind of like hanging limply in it is in front of them, and he chucks them down. They are the one wearing the blue cloak. Is this one of your friends?
I would assume so.
He kind of gestures around and says, "They were settling here."
I think you misunderstand. These are tents simply for a center for scouting. We don't plan on building a settlement here at all.
Scouting for what?
Anything valuable, resources, we're in the middle of a conflict farther to the north, and we're hoping for some advantage.
The snake people's conflicts are the reason my people stay in the jungles. The reason we can no longer roam these lands freely anymore. These ones here, the ones we caught, are just like all the others. Greedy, exploitative consumers who take and rip from the land. So we will take them and offer them to our god. Every snake man and snake woman we find. Their wars have gone on for so long.
Wolf would very... Oh, sorry. If he was still talking,
no,
he's
you're
not
fine.
going to interrupt this guy.
You're fine. He's done.
We share some of a language, so I hope that this translates well. That my people would consider that wasteful, hurtful, to simply remove an entire people. It seems unnuanced. Where nature is balanced, this is too heavy-handed. Could we consider talking to you about what you could do to minimize this war's effect on your people? It might be better for diplomacy here.
The lead one begins to move forward a bit more. It says, "You speak with wisdom beyond your years. You are
Isgarog.
understanding of the natural aspects of things. Mayhap we can speak. I am called Farthest Wind. I am leader of these raiders. We strike out at dawn and raid the coasts of these deserts, taking what prisoners and resources we can. Those we find worthy we bring back into the jungles for sacrifice. It is our way. Doing this, our god keeps the worst of his sufferings away from us.
Just writing that down. That seems to be your right if it's your land. They do seem that many of the people here are not respectful for your space.
There was a time where this whole land was ours. My people could roam these dunes and these plains, free, wild, and happy. Yet time and time again we've been pushed back, encroached. This river is the only thing separating the Dominion from my people still.
Yeah, Wolf, I think, doesn't feel like he has authority to speak for the Stormcloaks, but he knows that's kind of what he has to do. So I don't know if you want me to roll, like, deception or anything, but he would very try and confidently...
Why don't you tell me what you're going for? Why don't you, like, just tell me, just talk it out with me first, and we're about rolling later.
Yeah. Well, I just want to make it clear that this is definitely... He understands that he doesn't have the authority to do this, but he would say, I can't speak for all of these people, as I'm an outsider myself, but I know the ones with the blue cloaks, like my friend here, the Stormcloaks, I can guarantee that they will respect your borders if we can simply work out what those are and how we can help each other. They also want to destroy many of the warlike people amongst their own. They're tired of the wars as you are.
He sort of, eventually he kind of brings another wave of the hand, and all three of the other individuals here bring forward their sort of, they're gathered up in people they have with them, and drop them forward. He says, each of these ones we took were wearing those same cloaks. They fought valiantly when we raided them, but our attack was too surprising for them. We took these ones prisoner, intended to sacrifice them. You are saying that they are not like the other snake people?
I'm saying that in my interactions with them, they express a wish to end these wars, and if that's your quarrel with them, then they are different, yes.
Rumors were spreading. Rumors that some leaders amongst the Snake Men were plotting war against our people. A final conquest to wipe us out fully. Rumors that they were gathering armies. We thought this camp was a demonstration of that. A vanguard force or early warning reconnaissance. We acted accordingly. If I am to understand you correctly, Wise One, you are saying I am wrong? Additionally, could you tell your small feathered friend to get out of the tree? It's kind of embarrassing.
Wolf has not paid attention, looks back, it's like, that is embarrassing.
Yeah, that's bad.
I think you're right to protect your... I think you're right to protect your lands. I don't expect that you would know of a small rebel group fighting these rulers. And you're right, these rulers are amassing armies. Not just attack you, but attack my friends here with the Stormcloaks. To attack each other. There is much tension amongst them. They don't understand balance. Can't hear you.
Oh, sorry.
Good job.
Clay's gonna pop his head out above the rock and just say, "Hey, so also by the way, if you want, we can arrange like a really quick meeting through some magic that we have between you and the leader of the people that you captured, in case you want to have a better sense of like their. If you want to vibe check them,
acknowledging he was hiding, just huh?
You can bring me to the leader, the one who speaks for your peoples?
We can bring an image of her,
se.
I believe. She can talk at a great distance.
Your willingness to concede to our terms is noted. However, as by my people's traditions, I cannot speak for all of us, only my small group of raiders here. If you will it, allow me time to... He spends some time and thinks and says, there is a council convening deeper in the jungles in a moon's time or two. Allow me time to speak with the other chieftains, see if we can't come to a concord on these new developments. The information you've given me will certainly allow making your case much easier. As for contacting us, you needn't worry about that. We can be found just about anywhere. The jungles are our home, naturally, and from there we strike out all across these lands.
So in a moon's time, we come to your jungles and let ourselves be known. And
Indeed.
hear what you've decided.
We-
In such time, I will look into your storm children, see what can be learned of them. If
Well,
they
hold
are as
on
noble
now.
as you say they are.
I have a sorry, just like one thing. Hey Mitz, do we want to give them the shell? I mean, we could, give them a quick call and like ask Z to bring us another one and give them our current one in case they want to like actually talk to them face to face, just like.
Well, I
I'm
assume
sure-
we bring the shell when they've made a decision in a month's time.
Yeah, but I mean, talking, just like gathering information might be a little hard, when the Sithani might not view you as favorably as we do.
Could, I don't know, would that help?
I am not sure by what means you wish to have your leader speak with us, but all I can say for certain is that outsiders are not typically welcome at the tribal councils. I don't know by what magics or other means might find parity or flaw in that rule, but in my life I found it best to not test the elders. Again, you're
Totally
kindness-
understands that 100%. He's like, yeah.
Yeah,
Mitz at this point is just like having like
understandable.
bad flashbacks and is like,
yeah, this is scary.
understandable. No, let's not do that.
Okay.
He says, nonetheless, I believe a wrong was done here. It is best I amend it. He draws from his hip. You'll notice all the other ones have like, sort of like short lance-like spears and like longbows coming out of them, where this one seems to have just like a curved sword at his hip. He draws that curved sword and just with a swift cut, 1, 2, and 3, undoes the bondings of your of the captive scouts, who are all conscious and kind of like meekly crawling over to you all, rubbing wounds and checking. And he says, "Blood was spilled here. Members of your tribe were killed by members of mine for a mistake. It is only fair that blood is spilled in kind." And he just kind of gestures forward, and this one comes forward, and he opens up his sort of like his like harness or whatever, and exposes his neck. And the leader just raises his sword real high, like comes up on his hind legs, and raises that sword real high. And if no one's gonna do anything,
I mean, Wolf's face would darken, but he's very much like this. He's not going to interrupt their tradition. He thinks it's sad, but
Unless the
if someone
scouts
else wants to say something.
about it.
no, the scouts don't say anything at
They're
all.
kind
They
of the
just-
ones with the-
I mean, they're not going to because, I mean, Wolf would look regretful and dark, but he doesn't want to interrupt someone else's.
Yeah, so
Thing.
he brings that
Yeah.
sword down in a wide cleaving arc, hooves stomping hard in the sand as he does so, and with just a solid clean cut. You notice that the individual who stepped forward, his face is very resolved, very solemn. There's no pain or sadness or anything. One clean cut, and it just this guy is decapitated cleanly. His sort of 4 legs collapse under their own weight, and he falls over to one side. And he's just takes he draws from like a pack on his side, just a small cloth, cleans off that blade of the blood, and sheathes it and says, "It says blood is evened out now. It says we have a cord. These 3, those that remained alive, are yours to take with you. I have no need for them."
Thank you. I'm sorry that blood had to be spilled here.
Blood will always come with blood in kind. It's a shame the snake man haven't realized that yet.
Not everyone is as wise as your people.
Yeah.
We will go for now. There is much to tell the tribe. I wish you all safe winds. And they will just begin slowly trotting their way over towards those boats you noticed earlier, Mako. Just kind of making their way. They'll hop in. These 2 kind of getting in this one over here. I know it's a little small. Shut up, doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Like they're on boats?
They hop in that last one. They kind of like collapse themselves down, almost like the way like a horse would kind of like lay in the grass almost. They grab the oars and just kind of begin to pedal their ways away. As you can see them pedaling, you do see one of them, the leader, kind of pick up a horn-like thing from their hip and blow very loudly in that. And as they do so, another boat or 2 from sort of like from other sides kind of begins to make their way towards them, and they kind of move as a collective. And you can see, just in the distance, beyond a slight haze of fog, some figures waiting on a shore for them.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, they gone. And now
Well,
those,
that was.
yeah, just the scouts just say, "Oh God, I thought we were all dead. Thank you."
Wolf's actually like a little introspective at this moment. He's like, huh. That was better actually than just fighting. Like, it's been a long time since he's been amongst like druidic type of people, and like I wanted to roll insight basically to what would Wolf pick up that lets him know that, oh yeah, they're probably druidic, so I imagine it's maybe the style of like armor and weapons or something like that.
You can sort of tell just by like, you know, by like their general manner of speaking, their style of dress, their manner of weapons. They definitely live in some kind of communion with nature, and you can sort of tell that probably would mean they at least like know basic forms of druidic. Which is probably why they assumed that you weren't speaking druidic, you were trying to speak some basic form of their language. Which is why he was like, you don't speak our language very well, what are you doing?
It is a second language for Wolf, and he was not a good student, so it's very funny to me, the idea that it's a little... It's like the heavy southern accent version.
Y'all should, say, No, I love that. Anyway, so yeah, the scouts just go...
Passed on that crick right there. Just something like that. Look, I grew up in a lot of places where people talk like that. It's fine.
Well, yeah.
Anyways.
The scouts all just kind of like, are just seated on the ground. Some of them are nursing wounds. One of them kind of like rubbing his wrists from the where they were bound. Another one just says, "Thank the divine. I assume Nakali sent you?"
Yes.
Good. We needed more
Echo
recruits.
has come out of hiding at this point.
Well, that's certainly helpful. We needed more recruits. We're losing too many out here. Especially in incidents like these. The Empyreans they're a bloodthirsty lot, but they're noble when they have to be.
They have rules, and I think they could be valuable allies if we simply respect their space and wishes.
And get past the smell.
Wolf does want to make sure he remembers that smell to like differentiate it from horses, but that's more of a passing fancy than he needs to.
Fair enough. It's a pretty pungent smell. I don't think you have to try that hard to remember it. It was some dank shit.
I mean, like, is this like jungle horse kind of smell? Because I feel like at that point, like, Miss would be like,
All right,
smells
it's
like home.
jungle horse plus like a person who hasn't showered for a fair bit. So like just like musk, but also horse. It's like horse musk.
Wolf
Okay.
smells like home.
It's like Mitz is like it's like kind of conflicted looking over the smell because it's like it smells like home, but it also smells like somebody who hasn't showered, who hasn't like taken a bath in like several months, and it is like,
So, the scouts just say, they get up and they say, the Empyreans killed off our wyverns before we could get anywhere fast. It's amazing they moved that fast, even coming off of boats. They ran us all down before we could get off any arrows or anything. Killed off 3 of us, took 3 more captive. If it weren't for you all, we'd be getting sacrificed sometime soon. We appreciate it.
Well, you know, we're part of the cause now, so we do what we can.
Another woman gets up and says, "It's good to earn your keep early, so we appreciate the help."
It'd almost be more to himself. Wolf is like, I'm more grateful that we've prevented them from becoming your enemies. He's like more on their side than he is the Stormcloaks almost, of like, no, I'm glad that we can avoid conflict with them. I don't want them hurt.
Agreed. The history of the Empyrean and Sithania relation is complex and bloody. So, a war with the Empyreans is always something we would prefer to avoid. It's the one thing that I think separates us from the domain. They take and steal and don't care who they hurt in the process. We try to be better.
Well, I'm so glad to hear that, because I definitely was bluffing that you would stop. I had no idea.
No, I appreciate that. You were a suitable ambassador for us. You represent our cause well.
I think you would start trying to say tongue twisters in Druidic to be like, why did they say that I speak it badly? Be like, oh no.
I think they assumed you were trying to speak Empyrean and just not getting the translation perfectly right. But
so they have a language very close. Okay, yeah.
in a similar way, Draconic and Sithani are very closely related languages.
Yeah, okay.
Romance language, I guess.
Mitz
Nonetheless,
has to explain that to Wolf. He's like, okay.
nonetheless, we're not getting out of here anytime soon, and it doesn't look like you guys brought any transport. So, I guess we're walking back home.
Well, we have a
We have
shell. Maybe we can.
request transport.
One of
We have
Chemin's
a shell.
trinkets.
Yes.
How'd you know?
Yeah, she tends to give out all kinds of strange things. They usually work, but well, she gave me this pendant. Supposedly it was supposed to protect me from all bad luck, and you saw me being hogtied by horse people a few minutes ago.
You're
But you're
still
alive.
alive, aren't you?
But it was, yeah, all three of them in a different way. You're living.
You're
Yeah,
still
you're alive.
He just says,
What are the odds that I would be walking by?
you know.
I
fair.
mean, also, you're not the one who got dragged off to get sacrificed.
you know,
Like,
that's fair.
Well,
Whatever
Before
the
you were
case,
attacked, is there anything you can report?
as far as we know, we were deploying out here mostly to get an eye on any border movements that the Dominion were making. We tried to camp further into the dunes, but we were worried that if we camped a little bit further in, we might get spotted out by patrols or oversights. So we figured the closer to the border we were, the less likely we were to get picked up by a random patrol. We have noticed some strange movements, and the biggest thing is, well, if you can tell, and he kind of like pulls out a map, and I'll even put you guys back on the travel map for a bit so you guys can see what we're talking about here. If you notice, we're not too far from the cities of Mirkal, Al-Sal, and Wadal. Normally, one or so of their Emir's armies passes through this area once or so on routine patrols or scouting missions or things like that. Strangely enough, though, I've caught at least two different platoons from each from each Emir moving through this area in the past few weeks. They're moving fast, and more importantly, they're moving something. Now, what's so important that not only do you have to move it right now, but also move it under 2 platoons of armed guards? That we haven't managed to figure out yet. Or I should say, we were working on that when our equine friend decided to pay us a visit.
Mitz is.
Not only 2 platoons of armed guards, I encountered one of the emirs themselves on our way here.
Which one?
Which one
Recall.
was it? Recall.
It was, what's his name? Nail, Jasalta?
Jazadi, yeah.
Jasari? Whatever.
Oh,
Like,
Jasadi.
by the way,
Yeah.
Mitz doesn't even know any of this stuff. Mitz is like,
Yeah, thank
was
you.
a lizard.
Mhm.
Like, wait, you've been
well,
an
no,
Emir? Was this when I was a lizard?
You would still recognize all. You still are aware of everything that happens when you're a lizard. You just can't talk. You still see it all happen.
Ah, okay.
So yeah,
I
as
wrote it down, so.
yeah, as you mentioned the name, the scout kind of relaxes a bit. Just says, "Then you were lucky." Al-Jazadi is, well, none of the Emir are that old, but he was old money and he was old money in Zor'aa before the Emir even rose, for all I understand. He's, well, the oldest amongst the Emirs, carries a certain respect amongst them. Some say he's kinder, others say he's insanely shrewd. The kind of person who could order your family to be killed one day and smile and hold your hand at the funeral the next.
I see. He definitely had a. He definitely employed a certain amount of charm when I encountered him.
Well, assuming you were all
Possible
able
he may have seen through my. It's possible he may have seen through my cover without giving it away.
Certainly possible, but assuming he wasn't alone and had some kind of escort, the fact you all walked away not in manacles is, well, it's a good sign. Regardless, that could mean we're being followed, so I recommend we split up from here. If we all travel in one group, the chances of us all getting picked up is a lot higher.
Agreed.
This is fair.
Use the shell and request you a transport if you would like.
Not necessary. We've been here for a lot longer. Scouting like this is what we do. We got a thing. Hold up, what did we get?
We got
Mr. Saito, thank you for the subscription. Tier 1 for 3
Hey.
months. Wow,
Hey.
thanks, friend.
Hey!
Mr.
you.
Mr. Saito, keeping his reputation as a TPK bourgeois class trader. So, you know, you guys don't notice, but Saito's he's actually a part of the bourgeois elite, but he uses his bourgeois wealth to support the proletariat, both here and in TPK roleplay.
Hey.
So shout out.
Good.
He's
One
I
of
call
the
him a
good-
modern day Angles, if you will, you know, using his wealth to benefit the socialist revolution. Thank you, Mr. Saito, for your time and energy. Super appreciate it. This one's for you, baby boy. All right. Having said that, so yeah, you guys are officially back on the map now, and the scouts kind of just say like, don't mind that. We can split off on our own from here. We'll make our way back to base. I assume you all were coming from Boone. We had reports of your friend hanging out with Joshua out there before we, Even in
Big
yes,
shoulders.
I did make
Yep,
sure to keep
he
a
was
low
over
profile.
here.
yes, even when it's not too hard to find rumors, even when you're being held in bondage by horse people.
They
It's
talk.
like-
They speak common.
It's like
Exactly.
Mitz at this point is just like, this is what they call laying low with a roll, like a very obvious roll of the eyes.
Okay, I listen. I said I was sorry. Can we just move on? I made some
Wolf
mistakes.
is still kind of proud, honestly. He's like, that sounds like a cool bender.
Listen, apology tour aside, this sounds a bit crazy, but if you want my opinion, the best way for you all to lay low would be to head back into Boone. You were already seen there, and if you're still seen there for a little bit, you seem less like passers-by asking questions and more like locals who got a little bit lost.
Fair.
Fair.
We could head
Yeah.
back and make it
Heed your
Make
advice.
hunting trip.
That
Make a
does make
hunting trip
sense.
out of it.
Just avoid any. Let's just be sure to avoid any pig farms on the way.
What are your plans when you get back to the city? Anything important
Well, we should
going on?
probably
Probably
we should
just
probably talk to boss real quick.
Hmm.
Macaulay.
I agree.
yeah.
Yeah, give her a contact. Let her know that we're gonna start making our way back. We'll probably be we can be back to base within the week.
Mhm.
Stay safe.
Storm's at your back, friends.
Wolf would want to have
Be
this
safe.
conversation. Yeah,
Alright,
Wolf
be
would want to have
safe.
this conversation after they leave, anyway. So
For record, you've probably heard the saying "storms at your back" before. It's basically just like a term of
Storms at your
endearment
back.
among the storm children.
May
It's
the
basically
road
just-
rise to meet
Okay.
yeah,
you.
just means like, hey, don't good luck out there. Don't get killed. But yeah, they kind of just like they head on off. They group up together. They gather up whatever small supplies they can from the camp that seems to keep them alive. Food and water, and they start making their way. And yeah, you're officially off on your own again.
Huh.
I see Saito accepts his role as a modern day Angles. I appreciate that. Welcome to the channel, man. We're glad to have you here, dude. Thanks for coming to hang out with us.
I mean,
so I think we should make this decision now before we do the call. Do we want to go back to Boone? It seemed like Macaulay was somewhat opposed to that.
Well,
Well, we can always ask.
I mean,
True,
technically,
but I
it
think
always.
we should make a
Yeah.
decision now.
The
I mean, there's
question is,
not-
can we meet Z on the way?
yeah. Really, I think our
Sure.
first concern would be to try to get back to regroup with Z as soon as possible. And I
Except
think
that-
Boone
We
is,
think that's
Asshole Amir might be there too.
yeah. I
he
mean,
might
it's
have
been
issues with the
2
fact
days
that
already.
yeah, and the Ymir might have issues with the fact that she has a wedding ring now.
I mean, he's gonna have issues if he sees any of us.
That's fair. That's very fair.
It's not like he's gonna be like, "Oh, that guy that escaped prison? It's fine. The one who wanted to murder me? He doesn't seem like the kind of person to let that go."
I mean, we didn't at the time, and then he tried to kill us, and then we got thrown into a whole resistance effort.
No, I definitely was thinking about killing him before that too.
Yeah, no, I was gonna kill him.
But like, not
Yeah.
when he first arrested us for trying to
That's
kill him.
fair.
We were just
I mean-
vibing.
And I found out that there's
hanging out.
like is a nation with slavery, and so like,
True, but
yeah, I
we didn't
probably
know
wouldn't
that
kill him.
at the time.
Anywho, are you calling the
You
collie? Is
did.
that the call here?
Yeah, but we
Alright.
no, but seriously, so are we gonna go back then? I just wanted to make sure that's so
I
we can
mean,
pick a
Mitz-
Z.
Mitz is okay with going back to Boom. Is wondering whether or not we should pick up Z on the way.
It's
though.
the timing. It's the timing
Yeah.
that's the problem. How many days can, like, GM? How many days do we think it would take to go all the way back to camp and then go all the way back to Boone?
Oh, I mean, so Joshua mentioned the slave market would be in town for likely a few days, and it was arriving in about a week. It's close, given that like you probably could make it back to base within the week, assuming weather goes well. The trouble is making it back to Boone. You probably just missed the slaver caravan by a
Exactly.
couple days, just barely.
Hmm.
So I think we may want to head back to Boone and just see if we can possibly get Z to meet us somewhere
Meet us there?
halfway.
Yeah, that sounds like a plan.
Yeah.
All right, so we're calling.
Also, Z is the one with the
let's
actual
talk.
illusions, so maybe we can
Mhm.
get a disguise going.
All right, so you pull out your magic conch, your shell phone. You pull that out, and you give it a good shake. And again, it seems like it might be like maybe like a bit like it only has like a limited amount of like, for lack of a better term, charge to it, because it does seem a little bit more wavery this time. But Nakali comes up on you in that sort of bubble of water. Just yet again, it's great to see you all. I trust you have good news?
Yes, mostly.
Well, don't delay.
Wolf will explain if no one else.
We
Wants to.
met some centaurs.
The Aperians?
Yes, they were the ones who attacked the camp.
That
We were able
makes...
to negotiate the freedom of 3 of your scouts. The rest, I'm afraid, were not.
So
We were
lucky.
too late to assist.
Why would the Aperians attack my scouts?
They don't know the difference between your scouts and the rest of the Emir's troops.
Yes, I guess that makes sense. The Aperians have a... Well, if any group of people have a reason to hate any and all Sathani, it's them.
The group we spoke to, however, they were sure to mention that they do not speak for all Empyreans.
Mm-hmm.
Did seem potentially open to diplomatic relations with the Storm Children.
This is resoundingly good news. Having the Imperians as allies would be... I can't imagine the value that would provide to the war effort. You've all done great work today.
Don't get too excited. We only spoke to a small group of them.
Yes, but even a small group can change the minds of many if we give enough time. Was there any...
At the very least, we can hopefully keep you out of the way of each other. It would be a tragedy for needless blood.
Indeed. Was there any follow-up given on that? Any sort of request to meet again, or...
In a month's time, we should enter the forest and they will find us. I
Yeah.
would assume it would be better if we are present.
Agreed.
Yeah. They did also mention that they would look into your group and the Storm Children and see what rumors abound.
Very well. I shall be certain our public image is clean. I'll also do some preparations to begin to see if I can get you guys transportation into the jungles. For now, well, I guess with one task done, where will you head now?
On the recommendation of your scouts, we intend to head back to Boone.
Any particular reason why?
So I mean, laying low.
Very well. I believe Josh is still deployed out there. He said he had some business to take care of, some information to gather. He seemed awfully tight-lipped about it, but I trust the idiot. Unfortunately, a bit too much sometimes.
Even his judgment?
No, his judgment I don't trust at all, unfortunately.
Perhaps
However,
you should send Z. She seems to have better judgment than the rest of
Yeah.
us, than all of us combined.
So, like, at this point,
chance
it's
of
just
sending
like, well,
us-
we need our brain cell.
Yeah, she after the past week or so, we've realized that she is a little necessary for everything to go smoothly around here.
yes, very well. I believe Temin's done pestering her with spells, reagents, and information nonstop. I'll see if I can't send her down. There is a slight caveat to that. The girl won't leave her side.
Mitch is okay with
Then
this.
it will fall to us to protect her.
Yeah, Wolf does mental calculations. How easy can he hold this child under his arm and run? I was like, yeah, okay.
Very well.
Plays like I have no idea. Never met this girl, so whatever.
I'll get 2 of them on a wyvern and have them meet you about a mile or so outside of the west of Boone. Give it a day or
That'd
so's
be very
time.
appreciated.
Necessary. But there has to certainly be some reason you're all going back there. What are you all and Joshua up to?
If no one says something, Wolf will probably poorly point to Ploy and be like, "We found this really cool bone that was maybe burned by angels, so like maybe we should look into that."
I mean, like, Mitz is just gonna be like, well, unfortunately,
That's all I got.
Ploy and Joshua made, how do I put it? Quite the
Quite the
ruckus.
mess.
So it would be a bit suspicious if they were to just leave and disappear.
Yes, I suppose that makes sense. Unfortunately, if there's 2 things that I'm used to doing, or used to experiencing, it's Joshua making messes and myself being forced to clean them.
It's just like,
Do it for you this time.
it's like under like
Looks
and,
like
like
this
Mitch has like
time-
an aggrieved look of like understanding.
Yeah, been there.
And all of us glare at Ploy.
Wolf doesn't. He still thinks that was fun.
Nonetheless, I
And
trust
then Wolf.
your judgment. He says, "Wait a minute. Excuse me for one moment." And she's just, you see her like sort of step away from the hologram. You can hear some chattering back and forth for about 30 or so seconds before she comes back and she goes, "I knew it. There's a slaver caravan arriving in Boone in a week's time. I assume that has something to do with your plans?"
Is there?
I suppose there's no point in denying it.
We weren't necessarily going to attack it. We want to see what's the deal with it
Listen, my
first,
new friends.
and then make a decision.
I don't necessarily consider you all official Storm Children members yet. I consider you associates, if not allies. But if I could offer you a bit of advice, ally to ally, don't lie to your commanding officer.
Yeah.
A slaver auction does mean plenty of impoverished, disillusioned people we can possibly pull over to our side. Not to mention, given the mention of who's handling the caravan. Yes, alright. You have my blessing. Go into Boone and do whatever you can to break apart this caravan, recruit people to our side, or otherwise cause havoc. Just try to not get yourself caught or killed in the process. And if I could ask for one favor, please do me one very, very direct thing. Do not
Keep
let
Josh
that idiot get
alive.
himself killed. Please. Unfortunately, I need him.
We'll do our best.
Do our best.
No, we'll protect him. It'll be great. Confidence.
Her voice softens, almost in a weird sort of caring you didn't expect to hear from her normally like, very clipped voice, and just says, "Thank you. I'll be in touch." And she ends the call there, but confirming that she will definitely get Zanari on a wyvern to meet up with you guys. And you're pretty certain that it's a pretty smart call on her plan, because in about a day or two you probably could make it to about here, which you're pretty certain is pretty close to where she wants you guys to meet. So for the sake of expedience, we'll say that you guys have a pretty uneventful travel period, making your way back there, and about a day or so passes. And we'll sort of call session right about as you guys are arriving at what will be the rendezvous point a day or so from now, if that sounds okay with everybody, right?
Okay.
But
All right.
before we do that, you guys know there is one other thing I have to do, if you'll excuse me. We need a closing scene.
Yeah, we do.
So the last
I
thing
was wondering what the intro scene was.
I would like to mention, an elder Sethani man who rides along on his raptor, entourage flanking him left and right. He looks up, a soft smile on his face, reaches down, and clasps at a necklace. A single, emblazoned, gold coin on it. One that looks awkwardly familiar. And that's all I got. This has been Seven Sons. I'd like to thank all of my lovely, amazing, beautiful players for coming to hang out and chat with me. Pretty cool session. Much more low key than previous sessions. You know, a lot more chill.
Yeah.
But I'm okay with that, given we were one short. I'm gonna let my players go around and chat to tell you who they are, where you can find them, who they played today, and what other cool things they're doing. We'll swing it back over to me for a couple of quick announcements, and I'll tell you who I am and what I do. And then we'll get you guys on out of here, okay? How's that sound? Tate, take it away.
Hey, my name is Tate Washburn. You can find me at @kinda_writing on Twitter. Although what you should really follow on Twitter is Neon Lights Roleplay, because that's where we announce all this stuff, and I'm probably more involved with that.
You should do
You find me on Twitter, it's politics, writing, tabletop stuff, etc. I also run the Neon Lights in Night City game that happens a week from tomorrow, just every other Sunday like that.
You should check it out. It's a good game.
Yeah, and you can definitely come join us on our Discord, where I probably am most active out of anything.
Yeah.
Post good memes.
Good news.
He's the good
Yeah.
Michelle, take it away.
I'm Michelle. I don't have any social media. Sorry.
I'm not
Oh, it has
real.
no time.
Don't perceive me.
I like show up once or twice in the Discord,
Fair
maybe. Sometimes.
enough. All right.
But like we said, she is in Neon Lights in Night City,
That's
and
true.
sometimes does one shots.
She's in actually. She's going to be in a good number of things, but we'll talk about that in a little bit. Don't worry.
Yeah, she also occasionally runs her own campaigns.
Yeah, we'll talk about that. Go ahead.
Only sometimes.
I did say
Yeah.
occasionally.
Yeah, so once again, I'm Lucian. I
Either goes
played
in the right direction for my-
our pair of lizards.
One folk,
giant,
one
folk.
giant.
Yes. that may have caused the ruckus recently.
Might have.
May
We out here doing
Man.
bad shit.
we don't know that it was his. We can't prove that it was his javelin.
Can't prove.
Also, don't put that
Well,
on net. It is not both boys that did this.
Well,
Net's fucking
guess that's
innocent.
fair.
Net's like, I didn't do
Yeah.
anything, all right?
yeah.
Wolf giving. Net is a
Um,
good boy.
Yup. And you can find me in the Discord sometimes, and really nowhere else, because, well, that's how life is sometimes.
Literally, we just put your Twitch and your Twitter on chat, so
There you
Like-
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good luck finding me active in either of those places, though.
fair. Anyways,
Not joining
you
us
can
today.
follow him. His big number good.
Not joining us today, but always in our hearts is our dear Sir Heckalot playing Zanari, our favorite bard and wife of death. But yeah, they're not here, so but we definitely appreciate them being here. Check them out on Twitter as we linked in them. Also follow their Twitch. They just made affiliate, so we want to make sure we keep their growth going. So please follow them. Check them out over on TPK Roleplay and over here with us because I stole them, and that's what I'm going to keep doing for all my TPK friends. And having said that, Dan, you do it. You wrap us out. Bring us home.
Hi, I'm Dan. I don't really do much, but I do have a Twitter. I make jokes and post pictures of food for the most part. You can find me here. I'm Mako. I'm the possessed suit of armor. I'm also in Neon Night City Lights as the continuously frustrated Dr. Huckabee. And I hang out in the Discord sometimes too.
Word. And lastly, I guess I'll be the one to sort of send us off here. If you don't know who I am, I'm Young Foxxii, aka Big Foxxii, aka Baron Von Foxxii, your favorite fox. If you're looking for me, you can find me on the Twitter sphere at Young Foxxii. That's YUNG_FOXXII. I also have a SoundCloud with the same name. My EP, Egyptian Robot Space Zombies, is coming soon whenever I finish it because I'm lazy. But if you want to see me around, the best places to catch me, I am in 3 different campaigns here. I am in Neon Night City Lights as Fox, the sort of charismatic, headstrong, cocksure, drug-dealing fixer. I run this campaign, and if you want to see even more of me, you'll see me tomorrow running In His Divine Name. If you guys have missed any In His Divine Name sessions and you want one to not miss, do not miss tomorrow. It is going to be intense, okay?
And
Be
if you
there.
have missed them, you can watch the VODs on our YouTube channel.
Good
Which I believe
plugs.
we posted earlier.
yeah.
Fucking good
Good
promo!
transition.
Yup.
Yeah.
So yeah, check us out there. But as for announcements, let's make a couple real quick. First things first, thank you guys for everyone who's coming to hang out with us in chat. Super appreciate you guys here. Thank you, Baron Von Scrub, for showing up. That's my homie from Twitter. Appreciate you showing up. You said you would be
Hey.
here, and you were here, and I love you and appreciate you for that. Thank you so much. If you guys want some information, please feel free to hit that follow button if you haven't already. Come check us out, see more of the fun things we do. Please, like I said, join our Discord. We have all kinds of fun things going on there. If you want to join a campaign, join a one-shot, or just hang out with us, please pop in Discord. We will always love to have you there, and we always take in new people. If you're looking for new fun things for us, like I said, we're right back here tomorrow at noon for In His Divine Name, my only war campaign. We're back next Sunday for Cyberpunk, for our Cyberpunk Red campaign, Neon Night City Lights. Additionally, and this is a bit of a fun announcement for those who aren't aware, next Saturday, we're doing a session 0 for a fun little one-shot we're working on. I have gathered 4 more, or I guess 3 more technically, of my nonsensical Neon Lights friends, and we found a supplement that converts D&D 5th edition to the Naruto universe. And we're going to use it
It's honestly
for a
so
one-shot.
good.
It's actually, no, it's a really good supplement. And we're going to
It's
use
basically its own game. It's
yeah,
so intense.
it's so
I love it.
good. And we're gonna use it for a one shot. But before that, we're going to rewrite the entire Naruto canon. To do that, we're gonna be playing a game called Generational. It's written by TPK Roleplay's Proper Nerdy. It's a game that I playtested, and it's very, very fun. It's sort of a very, very fun open game about making stories. And we're gonna use that to basically recreate our own Naruto timeline, which we will then use as the establishment for running this one shot. The one-shot date hasn't been set yet, but the session 0 will be live streamed as a sub-only stream. So, if you want to be a part of that, absolutely subscribe. You can pay.
Subscribe to the channel.
You can throw the $5 in there if you want to give us some support, or for free if you have an Amazon Prime with Twitch Prime account. But either way, if you want to be a part of that awesome stream, see us meme around, rewrite Naruto, and talk about how we do session zeros, as well as just see us in a more relaxed, like non-character environment necessarily. Definitely subscribe and be tuned and stay tuned for that. It'll be next Saturday at about 5 EST. It'll be me, Tate, Michelle, my homie Spree, and Sir Heck will be there. So yeah, 5 of us. It'll be awesome. You don't want to miss it. It'll be great. And there'll be some fun things happening with that Naruto one-shot. Other than that, stay tuned for our other campaigns. Our Overarms anime campaign, Core Hearts, is still growing and on its way to completion. We're hopefully gonna have an episode out by next month. So just stay tuned for that. Other than that, yeah, just stay tuned for more awesome, fun, exciting content. We have a lot of really, really fun things we're building up. Next July is TPK-Con, and we've been blessed to get a panel slot. So we're going to be having our own fun panel hosted here as part of TPK-Con. So please don't miss that. A lot of really fun, exciting things coming here. So please stay tuned. Thank you all for coming to hang out with us. Let's see if we can't find ourselves a raid. Oh!
Well, there's
Look at
this
that.
one channel called TPK.
Yeah,
Roleplay
I
that's
was
out
gonna
right now.
say.
Oh, look at that. Oh, yeah, let's head over there. Speaking of TPK Roleplay. Oh, and it's Top Shelf, one of our favorite sessions. But I think they're in intermission right now. But we're still going to head over there and say hi to them because, intermission raids are always fun. Anyway, so we're going to go ahead and pop on over, say hi to our friends over at TPK Roleplay. Do we have a message for them? Or do we want to say hi?
Wolf hate sand.
Yeah, Wolf
Yeah,
hates sand.
We honestly, I hate
Jungle
sand is the
horses?
go-to message.
I hate, yeah.
I hate sand is the
Especially
go-to
for,
message.
yeah, for this campaign.
Yeah, so for this campaign, we're heading over to TPK Roleplay. We're going to tell them that I hate sand because it's coarse and rough and gets everywhere. Thank you for coming to hang out with us, guys. Like I said, stay tuned for tomorrow. We'll see you all then. We love you so very, very, very much. Thanks for hanging out. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye. All right, we rate it.
Thank you for being